yes. Between us. And be relaxed. Sharing with us what you know,
okay.
because people have said things, and it's your time to clear the situation.
Okay.
I'm David Musoma, the chair of the commission, and here we have Commissioner Mbele, the chair of the resolution, and Advocate Commissioner Water.
Okay.
We have Commissioner Langa, who will be appearing on the system.
Okay.
We have Commissioner Skuman, who will be appearing on the system. And I think the next is... I'm not so sure that she's there in the system as well.
Okay.
But those are the three who will be appearing there, sharing with us, but listening from the background. And if they have questions, they'll ask the questions. Now, Commissioner,
okay.
Can you now...
I have to, in terms of Section 7 of our Act, swear you in. I would just like to know, would you prefer a solemn affirmation? The oath is before God, the solemn affirmation is before your own conscience.
Before God.
Okay, if you can please stand
Okay.
and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, your name,
Lydia Malete,
do hereby swear
do you hereby swear
to tell the truth,
to tell the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
Help me God.
Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Thanks.
Thank you. There's a choice between your statement appearing on the media, because some of the claims were made all over, or being in camera, which means outside, which means nobody would ever know what you said, but the report will reveal it at some point. What is the choice?
Not on camera, please.
Not on camera.
Yes.
Do you understand the reason for that?
Okay, the Commissioner, can you explain that?
Okay.
Okay, in terms of on camera and off camera, the criteria for on camera and off camera is the vulnerable witness rule. Okay. Now, when it comes to a vulnerable witness, we need to you need to give us a reason why you feel that should you give testimony in public, that you would be affected as a person, and you would be that it would cause you to actually be prejudiced, or it would cause you harm or something like that. That's the criteria. So we need to understand on what basis. Obviously, the basic rules are if you're 16 years or younger, then you don't have to. If you have a mental impairment, then you don't have to. We also understand when it comes to rape cases and things like that, those are seen as vulnerable witnesses, and they tend to be intimidated by not being in camera. It's just there's a criteria, so we need to understand in your own words why you feel you cannot testify in public.
Okay. Before this, I've already meeting or encounter some of mistreated, because I'm a well-known somebody. So when I'm on the street, when I'm driving, I'm encountering some of the people who says to me, there is the woman who took the child to the church and the child was raped. So at this point in time, before coming here, remember, so since I'm encountering those problems, that's why I'm saying I'm not afraid of anything, because I know what I'm going to speak here is the truth. But anyway, let's leave it. Put it on camera, my dear.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the permission, Pastor Maleti, to be on camera. We will ask you questions, and you will answer as honest as you are able to. First, there have been allegations made against the bishop, to which you also are a pastor of that church. But there are specific allegations that have been made with the case. And for that reason, we're giving you the opportunity to tell your side of the story. Okay. Number one, are you still a member of the Rivers of Living Waters Ministry?
Yes.
Okay. When did you join?
2008.
2008. Okay. Okay. What is your role, or what has been your role?
2008, I was a cleaner at the church. Then, as time goes on, I was an usher. Then, at times as goes on, I was a home cell leader. Times goes on, said to me, there's a calling of God in me. Then I was anointed as a pastor. Now I'm pastoring the branch in Springs.
You are pastoring a branch in Springs.
In Springs.
Okay. And do you have to have a qualification to be a pastor?
Yes.
Okay. What is your qualification?
I did theology, even if I was not yet finished. I did the first basic of theology, but I'm still studying at this moment. Yes.
Very good. Okay. Do you know Miss Bongi Mufukeng?
I know Bongi Mufukeng very well. She's the daughter of my late sister, Eunice Keswa.
Okay. Yes. So she calls you an aunt?
Yes.
Okay. You have clarified the relationship between yourself and Bongi, which is good. Did you take her to the church?
Yes.
Okay.
I did took Bongi to the church after my late sister got an accident on the 23rd of December 2009.
Okay.
Then February, in the middle of February, I got a call from Bongi saying to me, her father wants to.
On the 24th?
On the my late sister got an accident on the 23rd of December 2009.
Okay, 2009.
Yes, 2010, February, I don't remember the date, but I remember it was the second month of the year. But I got a call because they were staying in Peace Haven, I was staying in Frienache.
Okay.
She said to me, crying, Oslidia. I was doing the washing in the bathroom. My dad wanted to rape me, and I said to her, Bongi.
And that is the remember the 23rd, it's December?
Yes.
It's when your sister had an accident?
Yes, and died.
And died?
And died.
And on the 24th of December, is it 24th of December?
No.
It's February.
It's February, but I don't know, I don't remember the date.
The year?
2010.
Or 2010?
Yes.
Okay. That's when you received this call?
This call.
Okay.
Lydia, I was doing the washing in the bathroom. My dad was standing after me. I am suspecting that my dad wants to rape me. And I said, Bongi, take what you can and go out of the house, go and stand by the shop, wait for me there. And I took a maxi taxi and collect Bongi. That's what the day she started to stay.
Okay.
Yes.
So then when she started staying with you, you then decided to take her to church?
Yes. When in fact, I did wanted to take Bongi to church previously, even before her mom left us, because Bongi was coming from a very abusive relationship. Her ex, who is George Kumalo from Sasolbeck, was abusing her very, very, very much. It's where she started to drink, because according to her, she said it was better for her to drink when she's drunk. She does not feel the pain when this guy is hurting or is beating her.
Okay.
So then they got divorced. Bongi went home to her mom to stay with her mom. Then unfortunately, 2009 we lost her mom.
Okay. So you took her to church for the good of her. You took her to church.
To church for
her
those
birthday.
years, for that experience that she was coming from, and again for the accident because she was still going for physios, physio doctors. So my little sister was using her medical aid to take her to the physio because she had head injuries and the neck. She was complaining about the neck most of the time. Yes. So I took her to the church so that she can be prayed for, so that she can be able to stand on her feet again and face the challenge.
Okay.
Yes.
Who did you introduce her in church?
Okay, when you go to Rivers of Living Waters, if I come with you like today, if there's a service, I just came with you, you stay with you sit next to me, then the service is on. When it's time for people who are sick, who've got challenges to be prayed for, I would say to you, go and stand by the queue so that you can be prayed for. This is how Bongi. I never introduced Bongi. People, they knew her, that she's the daughter of the late of my sister. They knew we are very well known people. So I never introduced. I never said to her, go there, go there. I just go with her to the services, and she was prayed for.
Was the bishop at any point a friend of your family?
Askis?
Was the bishop at any point a friend of your family?
A friend?
Family friend.
Okay.
Family friend.
Bishop, the first time I started to know Bishop, he was never a friend of our family, but he was like, he loved all the elderly pastors. I can put it in that way. Because what I've realized about Bishop before, the first time I knew him, was that we were in Sharpeville. There was a crusade there. Remember, we don't know Bishop. Bishop does not know my family. When he was preaching there, he just turned on the pulpit and said to my father, Pastor Malite, God is saying to me, you are in stress, we are in distress. So what is bothering you? And my father said, it is because of the debts. I'm owing a house, I'm owing a car. Then Bishop said I will take it as a treasure of the church by that time, because I did not know about them. He said to that lady, you make sure that you pay that thing for Pastor Malite.
Oh.
Yes, you made that. And by that time, we were never friends or close to Ntate Bishop, but that was the first time he knew about us. He knew about my father, because we are coming from Free State to come to Val.
So what is the relationship now between the bishop and the family?
Okay. Between myself.
Yeah.
Okay, Bishop is my pastor.
I mean the Malite.
Okay.
Father.
Okay. Yeah, they are very close. They are very close. They are now, we are taking him as our brother. But when I don't know if you will understand this, the bishop got the gospel from one pastor who was the son of my father spiritually, the first son of my father spiritually, then preached to Bishop. So most of the time, my father likes to call Bishop as his grandson, spiritual grandson, because he got the gospel from his firstborn son. Yes.
And your relationship with your father is still very good?
My relationship with my father at this point in time is not good. I want to talk the truth. It's not good concerning some of the things that does not concern this.
Okay.
Yes. Family matters.
Okay.
Yes.
Understood. While in church, did at any point Bongi disclose to you that she was sexually abused by the bishop?
No.
No.
She did told me about other sexual, I'll call it rapes. She did while she was still staying with me, Bongi disclosed lots of rapes that she encountered in her life. But about the bishop, she has never said anything about that.
And at no point were you aware that she was raped?
By who?
By the bishop?
No,
No.
at all. At all. I was 2012. That was the first time I hear about this. That bishop took her with a black Chrysler somewhere. But the very same scenario, when Bongi was telling me about that scenario, he said to me it was one of the gospel artists who used to stay in Val, but now he's staying in Velko. So that scenario, he said to me, it is this guy. I was so surprised when I hear on Theta FM that Bongi said the scenario was done by Bishop.
Were you required to rebut the story of Bongi on a television, on a radio?
I was?
Were you required to go and rebut, what is it?
Counter.
To counter the story of the rape of Bongi by the bishop in a radio?
Yes, they did call me. Calling me to come and respond.
Did you go to a radio?
Remember, the radio that Bongi went to was Theta FM. He said this and I'm listening.
Yes.
I said, wow, this is wrong. I decided to go to VUT FM to say
VUT, yes.
VUT FM and to say no, Bongi, you said to me, the very scenario that we are talking about, you said to me, is this guy that I cannot disclose because he's married, this guy who raped you. So why now are you saying is Bishop? Then Bongi, after the whole thing, 2015, she called us because she did lots of things at the family, and it was like she was rejected. Then she called us. Her husband Thabo Mufokeng was telling us, Bongi is not sleeping, Bongi is having nightmares, and whatever that we do in life, we don't succeed. And Thabo said, I've requested Bongi to come and ask for forgiveness to my dad. Then they made that appointment. We were there to say to my dad, according to the family matters. In the meeting, I said, Bongi, what about Bishop? What about the lies that you spoke about Archbishop? Because now you are having problems, you don't sleep because of the lies that you spoke. She said to me, can you please make me an appointment with Ndati Bishop to come and say, to forgive me? Then I went to Ndati Bishop, I called him. Ndati Bishop said, Bongi spoke about me on Theta FM. If she wants to resolve this thing, he must go back to Theta FM.
Okay. So you took it upon yourself to go and
VUT.
counter.
Yes.
Counter.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I was so I grew up in a family where my mom and my dad were always saying to us, don't ever find yourself in a group of people who are attacking the man or the woman of God. So the reason why I was going there, I said this is wrong. And on the radio, I even said to Bongi, I'm doing this not for the favor of Ndati Bishop Zondo, but for you, because this is how you are going to have a curse in your life. You'll never succeed in your life because you spoke false lies about Ndati Bishop. In fact, for me to go to the radio, I wanted to make Bongi aware. Or Bongi, now it's wrong what you are doing.
You see, you and Bongi spoke.
About
You said Bongi told you that it was not Bishop.
yes.
It was this man. this other man.
Yes.
And Bongi then at some point went to Teta and said it is the bishop.
Yes.
Okay? Now, it is very difficult here because if Bongi, if you call Bongi yourself and the third person to corroborate whether what she told you is true, because she could simply say, I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you that it was this other man. You decided to say this another man. How do you then respond to that?
I don't get you.
No.
You can
if
come
she
again.
says to you,
Yes.
I didn't not tell you that this is another man. I told you it's the bishop. You decided that it's not the bishop. How would you respond to that?
No, I never decided that it's not the bishop. It's not the other man. It's bishop.
No. If she says to you, listen, what I told you
Yes.
was that this is the abuse was in the hands of the bishop, not the other man. I don't know anything about the other man. How would you respond? Because it was only two of you. There was not that person there. Who's truthful between you and Bongi?
It's me.
Why?
Because I know Bongi, she has never said anything, any bad thing about Archbishop. She has never. I was, you know what, 2 days before, I was even saying to my children, can we recall, because I was staying with my children with Bongi, can you recall the body language of Bongi when we were discussing about Bishop, or maybe something, we are talking about the service, the Bishop. Remember the body language of Bongi. Have ever Bongi said, Bishop, what was the body language? She was always speaking respectfully towards the Bishop. That's why I'm still saying here, Bongi never said a word about Archbishop Zondo that he raped her. He spoke about this artist who took her with a black Chrysler to Joburg to the hotel. She has never.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Thanks, Pastor Maliti.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make a follow-up on what you're discussing with the chair. You say she has never spoken badly about Ndatumbuti Zone. What would cause her to speak like that?
She said to me, remember 2014, I'm still going back to 2014, 2015, when she called us as a family to say to us, good people, I'm very sorry. She was accusing my younger sister, blah, 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 blah. And I said to her, what about the bishop? Said, Ostidia Kupataro. I asked her the very same question. Bongi, what made you to do that? She said to me, Oslidia, I was taking my CD. She says she's got a CD. I was taking my CD to be promoted at Theta FM. It's where I found that it was these allegations about that bishop. And when I arrived there, they twisted everything and we were paid. She said to me, I was taken there by Linzo. Linzo was getting paid for Simon Fouquet, who was a counselor by that time. We were paid. Oslidia, I make the mistakes because of not having an income or not having food. So I did that. I make a mistake by agreeing to that, to twist everything.
Okay, but last year it's 2020. She repeats the same thing. Where I assume no one is being paid here. They come voluntarily for the assistant, for us to listen. What will make her to still say the same thing?
I don't know, my dear. I cannot answer that question.
Okay. Maybe the chair asked earlier your relationship with her. Are you that so close with her? I mean, she's your sister.
She's
she's your niece.
Yes, she's my niece. I was very close to Bongi. I would say that. Why? Firstly, she stayed with me that time. She was staying with me. We were very close. But after realizing the behavior, people were coming, the ladies were coming. Bongi is after my man. So that
Let's not go there. Let's stick with you and her.
yes. After that, after realizing the life of Bongi, coming at home, being drunk, doing this, I said to Bongi, this is the life that I'm not going to live with you. If you are going to live this life, please take your stuff and go.
Is it possible that she, at the time when you say she was saying it's another man, that she may have concealed the real man, but wanted to tell you the story, but concealing the real man, maybe, a person can conceal something for something. What do you think? Would have, maybe that's a scenario, would it give it a doubt? Maybe it was she concealed using the other man. However, still in her knows it's who.
No, I don't think so, because she was telling me everything. Bongi was like, we were so close. She was not afraid to say to me, what Lydia's going to say about this. She was so free to tell me everything, even about her life, what she went through. She was, even at church, if somebody hurt her, she was able to tell me.
You bring it up that when people come and say things that you are not aware of about her, those you did not hear, you only heard when people were coming to tell you things about her. That
She did told me. She did disclose lots of things.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
During the conversation that you had with Bongi initially, how did that conversation start? How did she approach the conversation around the fact that she'd been raped?
Okay. Bongi, it started about when we were talking about life and where we want to go in life and what the mistakes that we have done in life. Ne? Then she started to tell me about this, all things. So she said, "Oh, Lydia, for me to go and sing with this choir that you see on the TV, this and this has happened with this artist, and by sleeping with him, I got an opportunity to go and sing on TV."
Okay, so in other words, what you're saying is that she wasn't raped by this person. She willingly slept with him.
Yes, according to me, and I'm sorry for that, according to me, I suppose Bongi was sleeping with people. When the relationship is cut off, then she will turn it as a rape. Because it was not only that person. For her to get a license, she told me she slept with one guy, he's a businessman in Val. So
She accused him of rape as well?
She accused him of rape.
What's that person's name? I mean, when you're...
No, I cannot disclose the person on TV. I cannot. You can ask me after this. I will give you the name.
Okay, so you'll give us the names of the businessman?
Yes, even the singer, the artist.
And the singer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Just another question I need to ask you. Have you ever had a conversation with Bishop Zondo around this matter?
Yes, after 2012.
After 2012?
After I've heard it, remember the first time I heard it, it was 2012. And by that time, Bongi was no longer staying with me.
Okay, so you went and you had this conversation. Did he call you for the conversation or did you go to him?
I called him.
You called?
I called. I said, "Bishop, I am so embarrassed. I'm so sorry about what Bongi said on radio. And for the family, we are asking for forgiveness for what Bongi has said about you. But Bongi never said anything about this to me. She did disclose about other rapes, but when she has never. So.
Okay. So I just want to go back. She said the singer was raped her.
Yes.
Did you believe her?
Yes, I did believe her because I know the singer is a very close family friend.
Okay, so now what did you tell her to do when she divulged to you?
I said to her, Bongi, you have to go and report this matter, go to police station. You have to go. So this is before I know the behavior. Then it's after I was aware that But it's like this daughter of mine, it's like when he wants something from you, I don't know, she will say, or it's the person who's initiating to sleep with her, because there was lots of things that says, oh, Steve, I got this because I slept with who. I got the job. It's like some point she went to the very same radio that I was talking about, and she said to me, someone is going to hire her. So that person came 9 o'clock in the night. He's saying he's going to fetch Bongi. I said, no, guy. At this point, yes, my show is running from 10 o'clock. That's why I'm here to fetch her, because I want her to go and work there. I want to hire her. Okay.
Okay, but now, when you heard this, when you heard her say, I've been raped, you must have been very angry. I mean, this is your niece.
Yes.
Okay. So you told her to go to the police. Did you help her to go to the police? Did you take her to the police?
By that time, no.
When you heard,
yes,
the day she came to
yes,
say,
I did not.
I was raped.
I did not.
Why not?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I was by that time I wanted Bongi to be helped firstly at church, so that even she herself.
But if a person's been raped,
yes, even she herself. You know what? I've even said to her, let us call this guy. Go and tell Papa Bongi. Go, if you don't want this matter to go to the police, go and tell Papa about this guy.
Did she say she didn't want it to go to the
yes.
police? So she said she didn't want it.
Yes.
So you had a conversation with your niece. How much younger than you is your niece?
Me.
Yeah, how old was she at the time?
2010. I think I was...
Now, how old was she at the time?
I think she was 30-something, 20-something by that time, yes. Approaching 30.
And she comes to you and she divulges to you that she wants, that she's been raped. And
several times.
And you said to her, you must go to the police. The first thing you said, you must go to the police. You don't help her to go to the police. You just... Was she staying with you at the time?
She was staying with me.
Okay, and she was... did she have her own transport and all that sort of stuff at the time?
No.
So in other words, the only way she could get to the police station was if you took her?
Yes.
Was she traumatized when she told you? Was she crying and all these sort of things?
No.
So
she was, yes, the conversation by that time was, as I've stated before, as I'm chatting with you and say to you, man, I've made lots of mistakes in life. She was not telling me as somebody who's saying, oh, Lydia, I was raped. She was saying to me, you know, I've done lots of mistakes agreeing to some of the things, because she was telling me how did she came to go and sing to TV, and it is because of this, but she put it in a rape. But in my side, I said, okay, she's got a problem of maybe when she wants something, she.
So why did you tell her to go to the police if that was in your mind?
I wanted to see that if that it was a rape. I wanted, but because she refuses, that's why it says, okay, Bongi has got a problem, and I want her to be helped at church. This is the problem.
Okay. So when you had this conversation, now we have a situation where the bishop's now being accused of rape in 2012. Okay. The incident that you're speaking of, how quickly was it before she went to the radio station in 2012, or after the radio station where you were talking about this singer that had raped her?
It was before she goes to the radio station. That's why when I hear it on radio station, now it has been turned to Archbishop. That's why I stood up.
How much longer before?
I think because Bongi stayed with me, I think during 2010. The whole of 2010, she left me early 2011. Then she was staying somewhere, because I said, I cannot live with you like this. Then she went to stay. I don't know where she was staying. Let me see.
Okay, but she was living with you at the time.
Yes.
She went to the radio station.
No.
Not?
No.
Oh, so when did she go to the radio
2012.
station? 2012. So in 2010, already she had told you
yes.
about the singer. Okay, thank you very much.
Let's go back to the issue of the rapes. You took Bongi to church
Yes.
because she alleged that her father wanted to rape her.
Yes.
And you took her to church, they received her in church.
So
She
they
was
received.
received.
Yes.
Now the rapes that you are now talking about were the rapes that took place when she was attending the church.
The church.
No, the rapes you are talking about, of all these rapes.
Okay.
were
Not
the remember,
before.
Before she went to the church. Okay?
She was telling me about something that has happened to
No.
Okay.
I want you to stick to the point. You talked about a number of rapes that she talked to you about.
Yes.
I wanted to know whether these rapes happened before she joined the church or when she was a member of the church.
Before she joined the church.
Before she joined the church.
Yes.
Okay. So when you say she was raped, she was raped by a man driving this artist. It was before the church. When you say she wanted a license, it was before the church.
Yes.
Okay? Now, when she made an allegation of having been raped by the bishop who drove a Chrysler to a what is it now? A hotel in Sandton or in Johannesburg. Was when she was a member of the church? Or was it before?
Come again.
When she made an allegation of being raped by the bishop.
When she was telling me, or
Yes.
when she made allegations to the radio.
No.
What allegations are you
Yes,
talking about?
yes. The allegation of being raped by the bishop.
Where? To me or to the radio?
You said she didn't tell
About the bishop, there was no allegation I got from
you.
Bongi.
No. You said she didn't tell you
Yes.
about that.
Yes.
She told you about being raped by a man,
Somebody.
an artist. But this artist, was it before she joined the church or after when she was in the church?
Before. She was
Before.
telling A.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but when she went to theater, she was talking about a fresh rape.
A.
Okay? Not about an artist.
Okay.
Okay? So who raped her?
I don't know.
Who did she say she was raped? Who did she say? She said raped her?
To Teta.
Yes.
FM.
Yeah.
She said Bishop.
Yes.
Yes. This is what I heard from Teta.
So it was when she was a member of the church.
Yes. No. When she go to Teta FM, she was no longer a member.
No. Remember. No. What I want to check is that I've got 3 moments.
Okay.
She was not a member of the church. You took her to the church. But before you took her to the church, she told you about these rapes that took place. She's now a member of the church. For one reason or the other, she may not be a member of the church at that point in time, but she was in that realm of being a member of the church. She goes to Teta. She says, the bishop raped me. Okay? She makes that point.
At Teta, not at me.
Yes, at Teta, she makes that point, that the bishop raped. Why do you object what she's saying about the bishop and you relate to the other rapes that took place before she joined the church?
Is the scenario. The scenario saying that I was be taken by a guy with a black Chrysler to where we're in Sentin Hotel. He raped me. The scenario said to me, this is what Bongi told me about the guy, not the bishop. Because even on the radio, she said that. She said the bishop took her with a black Chrysler and what. And which was, that when I hear that, I said, no, Bongi, you said to me, it is this guy. Now you are changing it. When you arrive at Teta FM, you are saying now it's bishop.
Okay. Do you know the artist?
Yes, it's very, very well known, and he's our family.
What car was it driving?
By that time, he was driving lots of cars because, yes, not Africa, but Chrysler. I don't know if he's got a Chrysler.
A Chrysler.
Yes.
But the person that raped Bongi
The black Chrysler.
was driving a black
A-
Chrysler.
Yes.
Was the bishop driving a black Chrysler?
No. Bishop has never drive a black Chrysler.
Okay. No, thanks. Okay. Yeah.
Let me come back to you again. I'm seeking clarity. Ke kopa clarity fela on this one. Okay. You said when you went to the first time you went to the church, Bishop Nana did not know about the family
Yes.
at all,
At all.
and your father was there as well,
Yes.
and he did not know the family.
No, he did. We were. The question was the close. Is the bishop the family friend of the family? I said no. The bishop was never that time very close to us, but he knew about my father. As I've said, his spiritual father was given the gospel by my father.
Which therefore makes him, he knew about the family.
Yes.
He
Yes.
knew about the family.
Yes.
Because in my mind I was saying, if he doesn't know, and he said at that time he did not know about us, and when he turned, he looked at my father without knowing him. That's what I'm asking.
Oh.
But however, he was immediately able to say to the treasurer, if he's a treasurer, or people responsible for your finances, and ensure that you assist this man and with the debts as they may come. Because I want to go back to say it becomes, for me, not correct that my the person Muruti Wantate Bishop or Amurutileng is the son to this man, which make your father the grandfather to the
Bishop.
which whatever this man teaches is the one that comes directly from this one. So there is no way of not them knowing each other. Because in such teaching there are references.
Yes.
If you teach me, of course I will be referring to this one very closely, because this one will be telling me about this one. My teacher has done this. My teacher has been so and so. So in that sense, there may have been a relationship, but not maybe direct relationship, but there was a relationship.
Yes.
Not that completely he did not know Ndaja Muruahai, if I would want to say.
Yes. Yes.
The father to the father. So
Yes.
he knew about him, he knew about the family. That's what I want to tell you.
Yes.
It's just that it was confusing when we say he did not know us. This is what you submitted.
Oh.
And now I'm saying, how so?
Okay.
If he was trained by the same child that had been trained by the man that were.
As I've said before, the question comes from Tatemula. He said, our family was close to Ndati Bishop, and I said not at that time. We were never close to Ndati Bishop at that time. Yes, but he knew about Pastor Malite, who taught my spiritual pastor, who gave her the gospel, because the pastor that I'm talking about is staying in Mafike, not in Val. So he knew about my family, but we were never close by that time.
Okay. So now I get it, because earlier I noted, because I had to note it.
All right.
To say he did not know us. So I understand what you're saying. Hence, I am bringing the question.
All right.
To further asking, if you say he did not know us, how come? Because he was trained by the same person that was trained by your father. It's a very close relationship. You can't run away from that. It's very intimate in terms of training. In that respect. Okay. May I ask a question? Okay. I would want to still stay with Bongi. When you had that, prior for you to go to the
VUT.
did anyhow you report this to the church? Now I'm trying to understand if something has happened, there's an allegation that happened. Are there no processes of reporting it to the church governance? And because she was a member, and you as a church investigate, not yourself. Now the committee responsible, for such allegations, if there are any. I'm driving to the policies. What are your policies saying? Where, as a sister to, or as a mother to, you go direct to VUT instead of taking it to church, to the church committee.
Okay.
What processes did you use?
Okay. Remember, by that time, Bongi was no longer a member of the church. Remember, Bongi by that time, when she goes to Theta FM, she was no longer a member of the church. Now here are the allegations, straight to Ndati Bishop, saying this and this. Bongi is my child. I'll say it's my child because her mom is gone. It's my child. I went straight to, I never want to go to anyone. I decided myself to go straight to VUT and to clear up what Bongi has said. Okay. Because this matter was not about the church, was personally that the bishop raped me. It was not including anything about the church. Okay. Yes.
However, did you in anyhow go back at the time to your father, to say, Papa, this is the situation. Mwanaka, who is being your child, your sister child, saying this prior to go outside, so that you get counseling
yes.
in the house, and then manage you to go and speak to VUT maybe?
In the family, including my father, we did spoke about this, but because of what Bongi has done, has said, negative things and lies about my father, her grandfather. So we did spoke about it just in passing. Bongi now is talking about Bishop now,
Or you responded without seeking counseling, or bringing Bongi back as your child to say, Bongi, what are you talking about now?
When I was telling my father?
No, when you went to VUT.
No, to go to VUT, I was just wanting to remind Bongi what she said to me, and making her aware of what I've just said, where I'm coming from. I was being baruti o tshabana le moruti ha o bui hampe ka moruti. I was reminding, I even said on radio VUT, Bongi, remember Mama. By that time, my mom was gone. She went to be with the Lord 2013. I said, remember Mama. Remember Bongi, you are going, I was saying that. And after that, I tried to call Bongi just to get what had happened, Bongi. But she never, like now, she spoke about me everywhere. I'm calling her. She won't, she does not responding to my SMS to anything from me.
It's just that my mind works like, as a mother, if you heard your daughter tells a different story, maybe from the one that you know, of course, instead of taking it again to the public and fighting like that the way she did, you would have called her and maybe asked her, what has happened. Because being raped, it's not an easy thing. People conceal real rape, people that have raped them. They may say someone else was, it's not someone else. So in your mind, you already made a decision that she's lying. That could have not been whoever that she's saying. She has said someone, she has said it's someone, and I remember the scenario, Hence I was asking that she may, in the scenario, have concealed the person that did whatever that she claims she had been done to her. But now you're taking your decision, because you say you're saying, in my side, in my mind, I thought I would have to reprimand her. She's lying here. based on the scenario that she has told me, but not based on actually what she say. If maybe you had a time to sit with her down and say, you're giving me 2 scenarios now. Come out with the real one, what has happened here? Because she's mentioning same scenario with 2 faces. What is it that has happened? You know, so that she gets cancelled if maybe, you know, she's not well. Because if you would know a rape, when a person is raped, there are a lot of things that goes to a person that is raped. You know, you need to handle that very sensitively, you know, and be able to understand, to say, okay, maybe as a pastor, you know, start by counseling or call other pastor to come and counsel her and say, okay, we are not judging you, you know, but we need to understand what has happened, Sisi. Because same scenario, 2 faces, without making a decision that she is lying, because you are making a decision that she is lying because of the similar scenario, you know, the car and whatever, you know, without maybe bringing her to say, let's hear what has happened. You have witnesses that she may trust, that as women, we are free, we want to talk about this. You did not give her that space to be able to open it up.
Okay. Whatever that you have said is what I thought about after.
Okay.
But by that time, remember, Bongi spoke on a radio station. Everyone knows. And I said, for me to answer Bongi or to say to Bongi, come to me, was to go through radio, because by that time she was no longer taking my calls, doing what. And point number 2, when you say I took a decision of Bongi, of saying Bongi is lying. Bongi is lying about the scenario, but not the rape. Or na Bongi rape, it's not me. I cannot say Bongi had rape. So, about the scenario, no Bongi, you said to me is this guy, not Ndati Bishop. Now why are you implementing the Bishop and Ndati Bishop? But about the rape, I'm hakim mea kele se mo ngwana hakaring o rape beke hana or ngwana o rape kine ke lisiko mo.
Okay. Maybe it's the issue that when you went, you're already saying this did not hide. It's like you want to pin it down on what you want her to say. But for me, I'm saying, like you said, that it became a thought after that. I could have, you know, enough to say, okay, what is happening here? You know, there are things that
in fact, I was not regretting to go to the radio. Even tomorrow I can go to radio. If I know the truth about somebody, I'll go again to the radio to clarify that thing. But by going to the radio, I was nekebata attention ya Bongi. Hore Bongi are oslidia, arabe di kholo tsaka. Ke re tleke tsebo dula fatshe. Ke monke ke mo ise o papa. Bongi ha bue ka ntwe. Nekebata attention ya Bongi. By going there.
Not disputing that she was raped by whomever that she says she was.
Ya rape ki high. Or now rape ki mabat. Na saitin laka. I just wanted that.
Okay. I think let's get deeper a little bit. When you went to the radio, there are 2 statements you made. When you went to the radio, you said Bongi is unstable. Bongi is mentally disturbed. Do you remember those words?
Yes.
Okay. On what basis did you make that statement?
Because of the life of Bongi that I know. The life, if you stay, you know a person, a family member, she has said this, she has said her father wanted to rape her, this man has raped her to get this, mama rapile, from the radio, she slept with her sister's brother, her sister, the late sister's husband, all those things. I said, I'm not a psychologist to say that, but now she's stating things tseo di bontshang hantle hore na ho sona le problem. Ke buile ntho eo, ha ke a bua ntho, and I spoke that not under the medical perspective. I spoke that ke bona hore no, ha ke sheba life ya Bongi o accused my younger sister that she slept with her husband, and on that time my younger sisters found that she slept with my younger sister's husband. It's a lot of sleeping around life ya Bongi. No, this is wrong. This one no hloka thuso.
Did you know that it is alleged that if someone has a relationship with authority, especially in that church, you are told if you say it, you are going to die. Do you know anything about that?
I've never heard that.
You don't know anything?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Do you know about anything regarding people you disagree with, or anyone you disagree with, and say, if you disagree with me, I'll take your photo, I'll put red oil, I'll go to the prayer garden, and there I'll cast a spell on the photo and such a person will die. Have you made that statement?
Not at all.
You have not made it?
Not at all.
Is there a place called prayer garden?
Yes.
Okay. What is the rule of that prayer?
A prayer garden is always when maybe a church the church is closed. The prayer garden is next to the church. When the church is closed, maybe you want to go to pray. We were given that opportunity. You can enter the prayer garden and just pray and get out. Yes.
Okay. Now, Bongi told us that part of why she may not have told you that she was raped by the bishop is that she was told if she reveals to anyone who is likely to tell the bishop, she's going to die. That's what she said. Which is why she would not tell you the real name, because you would have revealed the name to the bishop and therefore she would die. That's what she told us, yeah. You were running with this name of an artist. Okay? And you ran to the radio with the name artist. She knew precisely who has done what she alleges has happened. Okay? Because she knew your relationship with the bishop, that if she tells you the truth, then she's likely to die. Okay? What is your response?
I fail to understand. Bongi is not at Rivers. Is not a member of Rivers. She is telling me about her life before Rivers, and she's afraid of telling me about her life at Rivers. Her life while she's not at Rivers. Kiki ing enetsusa Bongi because una soka kopana li bishop. Turki ing etwe. What will make Bongi to say, Oslidia, I'm afraid to say it is bishop because she told me about something that happened before Rivers. What would make her to be afraid to tell me or it's bishop, so that I can know maybe Bongi went to Rivers before me, because I went to Rivers. I was a member of Rivers 2008, and Bongi went to Rivers 2010. So she's telling me about the previous things that happened to her. So now we are at Rivers. After her Rivers, she's talking about something that she told me about before she was at Rivers. Now it is including Archbishop.
No. Listen to me.
Hey.
She's saying to us, I was raped.
Before she came to Rivers.
Oh, she's talking about this incident. I'm not.
She has never told me about anything about.
No. Listen. Maybe listen to what I'm saying so that you
All right.
can understand. Listen, she says. In fact, this did not start by just simply raping. Started with messaging. Dreaming, do you dream me, do you see me, all of that. There's a story behind this. Leading to a situation where there was an appointment. And she was told, we are going to some meeting. And the meeting happens to be a hotel where she was given a card to open the hotel. She was told, don't tell anybody. Walk inside there, which she did. And of course, the bishop came, and that's what happened. And she was promised, how many thousand? 75,000. Not to tell anyone. But she was told, should you tell anyone, you will die and your family will die. This is what kept her. Okay? She would not tell anyone closest to the bishop. So, whether she told you about this particular person, the aim was that you should not know the true story, because if you knew the true story, as I said, obviously it will reach the ear of the bishop. Hence, she went to tell her. Okay? So that's the situation which was presented in this commission. Okay? Which is why we wanted you to come and say your side of the story, which you have said a number of things. Do you remember a letter written by Dr. Maleti, your father?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say in that letter?
If I recall, the letter was saying it was something about me going to radio pulpit, not VUT.
Well, what did he say the problem was?
If I recall the letter well, you will forgive me for this. It was like my father was not happy about me going to VUT. Yes.
Yeah.
If I recall the letter.
You're very right.
Yes.
What did you do then? Because you see, this matter is a family matter.
Yes.
You took it upon yourself
Yes.
to go to VUT. Instead of convening a family meeting to deal with this particular situation, in which everybody would understand precisely what the causes of what the allegations are from the Bongi word. Okay? So you took it upon yourself. And then you then raise the issues about it.
Okay.
Okay? And then, on the basis of that, the old man says, no, you did not get the permission of the family to go to VUT on a matter of the family. Is the old man wrong?
Let me tell you the honest truth, what had happened. Before me going to VUT, I spoke to my father. I remember very well where I was working at Care Clinic. My father called me that morning and said to me, Lydia, I've heard that you want to go to VUT radio station.
What did he say?
My father said to me,
I have heard
that from the family members. I've heard, because I said I will go there. I'll go and clarify this thing. Bongi is lying. So this has happened. My father came. He said to me, what time are you going for lunch? I said 12 o'clock. He came to me. We sat down and make him to understand, to say, Papa, Bongi, about what he's saying. He told me it was this guy. But Papa, this is wrong. Papa gave me go ahead of going to VUT.
When was it? When was it? Can you remember the date? The day and the date?
I don't remember the day and the day, but it was after I've had, if you know the date, after Bongi went to Theta FM. After Bongi went to
When did Bongi went to
2012.
2010?
30th September.
Now, 2012 September, ne? And your father's letter was written on the 3rd of October. How would your father, having agreed with you, write a letter on the 3rd of October to say you did not have the blessings of the family?
Here is the thing, what is happening at my home? For me to leave the ministry of my father, because my father is a pastor, it was an issue.
No,
yes, I'm coming there. Give me the chance.
Wait, Ceci.
Okay.
Wait, no. Let's focus on what we're doing. Don't tell me other stories. Let's focus on what we're doing.
For me that my father wrote a letter after he was influenced by Bomukoto. Bomukoto went home and they had a meeting with other pastors of Val, Baruti Baval. They were meeting on Oterehesu. So they influenced my father to say no, that you have to write a letter. My father agreed. He knows, even if I can call him now, he agreed. He came to my work and he stood by the car out. He said to me, "What time are you going for the lunch?" And I explained to her, "I'm going." He gave me go ahead. After he was influenced by Bomukoto and other pastors who are against that Bishop Zondo, then he wrote the letter.
Okay. We don't have any other authority except this one. You can talk about influence, you can talk about anything, but there's nothing to corroborate that except what we have here. Okay? We have the letter of your father.
Hey, he was influenced. I know that.
Yeah. That's the only
That one is
letter that
clear.
we have. That's the only authority we have. Okay? That your initiative to go and say what you said was not in the best
Why he did
interest.
not just on that, maybe after 2 days, my father said, "Lydia, what are you done? Why in Kilena October?"
No, I'm not asking. I don't. The issue
No.
is here is that there is something on paper. If, for example, you gave us a letter on the date in which the pastors met, and he says, "I'm changing my mind."
I was not the receptionist. I don't have to write with the meeting and the whatnot. But this is what is well known, that there are other pastors together with the Bomukoto. They were influencing my father. Yo is well known
And who
around Vai.
Limukoto.
Limukoto and Maboshobocho.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you know of any other rapes that are taking place in the church?
In where?
In the church?
I don't know any rape. That
Okay.
yes, I've never had any allegations or
Any allegations? yes.
Okay, but that this one of I remember, not concerning the bishop or concerning the church.
Bishop.
The bishop, I don't know, but the church, I know there was the pastor who was the pastor before. He's no longer the pastor. Pastor Prosper. He was king. Ola Koswa ka hore o rapile ngwana wa sekolo.
Pastor Man.
Koswa, PHOSWA.
Where is Posa now?
I don't know.
You don't know where it is. Okay. The issue of casting spells, you say you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. That this place, that these things are taking place. About the breakup of marriages, that more or less 10 or more pastors who are divorced in the church. Do you know anything about it? Allegations of divorces.
Allegations.
Yes, of divorces in the church.
Concerning who? Allegations came out.
Just general
I've never
divorces.
heard, but divorces are happening normally as other churches are happening divorces.
Okay.
The pastors are divorcing everywhere.
Okay. Okay. All right, any other questions?
I just want to find out. You said you went to the interview with the blessing of your father.
Yes. Go ahead or yeah.
Okay, so he said you must go ahead and go to VUT.
Yes.
You phoned him and you said, yes, I'm going to VUT. And then he makes a statement in this letter. So are you saying that the statement is an absolute lie?
That statement that my father did was he was influenced. I'm still saying that.
So he lied.
Yes, I would say that. I'm sorry to say that my father, I'm sorry to say that is not coming from my father. He was influenced to write that.
But his name's on it, so in other
He
words,
was
he's-
influenced to write that. That does not coming from my father.
So he lied. Is that correct? You're saying he lied.
I suppose. I would say that. He was influenced. He was influenced, my father.
Okay. Then another thing, I just want to get some clarity over here. Okay, there has been other allegations of rape when it comes to the bishop and everything. You have heard of that, haven't you?
Yes, I've heard on social media, yes.
Okay. Now, when these allegations were made and everything, did it make you maybe wonder if Bongi had told the truth?
Hearing those things, as a woman of God, I know when you are, I never even connected with Bongi. I never even thought of Bongi. No. I know as a child of a pastor, having the background of what was happening to my father when we grew up, that where every pastor or any someone who is maybe succeeding in life or being used by God, there will be allegations. I know pastors like Pastor Ngiti. I know lots of pastors who were visiting at my home, mission house, at my mission house, to say, this pastor is got a snake, this one is the slamos, this one is allegation. I know. I never even connected with Bongi. As a child of a pastor, I know if you are a man of God or a woman of God, successful, there will be allegations. I took it like that.
Okay, so in other words, you are not worried at all that any of these allegations
I was not
are
worried
true.
at all.
So to you, none of these allegations.
None of those allegations took
There
place.
is no way, in any way, that the bishop could be guilty of anything because he's above reproach. Is that correct?
Archbishop Zondo is a human being. Maybe he's got some weak points there and there. I won't say he won't make mistakes. He's a human being. How can I say he cannot do mistakes? He can do mistakes. He's a human being. So
what sort of mistakes have you seen him make?
maybe shouting at someone else. I'd say, hey, Bishop Bobo, my God. Then maybe shouting when he wants something to be done, I'd say, yo, Bishop Obohari, because he wants things to be done that time. Yes.
Now, your relationship with the bishop, what's that like? When you approach the bishop, how do you approach the bishop? In what sort of manner do you approach the bishop?
Archbishop. Always Archbishop. He has never been my friend. He been anything, nothing or the other. He is my Archbishop, and he's still my Archbishop he's my pastor. He's my spiritual father.
And when he makes mistakes, how does that affect you?
Mistakes like what?
No, when you shout and things like that. I mean, the fruit
I'll
of the
concentrate
Spirit.
on what he wants to be, what that thing that Bishop wants. Even myself, I'll run to say Bishop must get this. He wants that thing. Like any other parent at home, when the father saying, I want my cup here, everyone will run. So church is a home. When the father of the house says, I want this now here, so to me, I'll have to make that thing to be here. It does not make me to see like Bishop. No. He's the father of the house, the manager in the company. When he says, I want this to be done in 2 days, everyone must stand up to make sure that that thing has been done. It's like that.
Okay. So, when you, however, hear the allegations that his own sister and all those things that she made, what is your response to that?
It's still going there again. Every pastor, every human being, every a businessman, is that the only difference with what is happening to Bishop Zondo and other people, the only difference is that his are on public. If each and every one can tell a story right now, we are having our own sister, we are having our aunt who are against us because we are prospering. I took it like that. When I hear about what the sister of Archbishop is saying, I said is the very same person like in my family, who those who are against me, I took it like that.
So in other words, no matter what the allegation is,
no matter,
you're going to take it that this is just because people
until proven, I'm going to take it even tomorrow. If someone can say up until proven, then I'll say, yo, Bishop, I never thought you'd do this one. Is then I can change my mind. But today, up until proven, whoever who says what about Bishop, I know he's after the man of God who is being used by God, who's been used by God, and who's succeeding. Is that to me?
Okay. You said at the beginning that you are having a church in Springs.
Yes.
You stay in Springs?
I'm staying in Springs.
Okay. Do you own the house you live in?
Yes.
You have a bond?
No.
You rent?
The house I got 2016 February the 6th. My son, my third born son, was involved in a car accident. We bought that house, even the car I'm driving, with the money from REF.
From REF.
Thank you.
Okay. And all those are in your name?
Sorry?
They are in your name?
Yes.
Okay. Any question?
No.
Any commissioners over there? Commissioners over there?
Can I ask?
Let me just check if anyone. Commissioner? Oh.
Chair, we're listening. No questions at the moment.
No questions at the moment. Any other? Commissioner Skuman?
Chair, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm having, I must say, I'm having a lot of difficulty with the actual visuals and actually the audibility of part of the evidence that, or so-called evidence that I'm hearing. So I'm having difficulty in being able to. I've been sitting, involved on this for about an hour and a half, but I am having some difficulty with that now. So I just want to ask if and I have been speaking to Pillow and so on, if they can just keep trying to seek around that will be helpful to me as well. But I'm listening and taking notes anyway, but I'm not ready to be saying something specifically right now.
Okay.
Could you hear that? Jim?
Yes. Commissioner Mbele? No, thank you so much. Commissioner Mbele, you wanted to say something?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Chair. Let me go back to your time when we went to VUT.
Okay.
May I maybe start with this as a woman now? Is it wrong for any person, whether it's a man or woman, to go to the media or to any media house to talk about myself and my feeling, what has happened to me, and to share it publicly, and not maybe have shared with others, but I want to speak publicly about what has happened to me? Is it wrong?
It's not wrong as long as you're talking the truth. What you're saying to the people is the truth.
The truth may be known by me, but may not be known by others because I'm the truth holder with whomever that I was engaged with at the time. Okay, is it wrong?
It's
that
not.
I talk about what has happened to me and how it has happened. Should I seek should I seek a permission from someone to say, I may going to speak the truth, but it may not be the truth, or it is the truth? I'm trying to be Bongi at this now, to say Bongi went to Teta, and there she talks about herself and what has happened. With the two things that has happened, she told you about the cluster prior to go to the church, that life that she had in the cluster. Now, out of then years later, or a year later, is it 2 years later?
I think it's 3 years later.
2 years later, she tells a story, but with the car, with the scenario, but differently maybe in terms of narrative, the way it has happened, because she puts other things in the story. But she uses a car, again, a black car. So Bongi speaks about herself and what has happened about herself and how she feels that she wants to tell out about this rape that has happened to her. And the mother may not be aware of what she's talking about. The mother is aware of some things that has happened some years, but something happened that she wants to relieve, she wants to talk about it. That has happened to her. Was she wrong for her to go to the radio and talk about that?
She was not wrong for her to go to the radio to speak about what is happening, talking about what has happened in her life. But for me to change the scenario, that it says no, it's where the wrong is.
Okay, let's leave you out because the story is not your story.
Okay.
It's her story.
Yes.
She's talking about her story, what has happened to her. You know what she told you, but she may have not told you this, that you jump to go and respond to it. She tells and say, this is what has happened. Is it possible that people may drive two similar cars in spaces? Like she told you about this one, that scenario, she tells about this one, but she uses Chrysler now, okay, again. And in the chair asked you about the question about is Muruti drive a Chrysler, and you seem to know what he drives and doesn't drive. Is there a possibility that the car can be hired? That is not part of the fleet that he has.
I don't know.
I'm just saying possibility.
Okay, yes, okay.
So there is a possibility that he may have hired a car and drove the car. That's a possibility, because I may choose not to drive my car and take an Uber. That's a possibility of life that we live in. So once I'm still there, I'm asking, was it wrong for her to talk about herself, her story, and this car that may have been hired if not driven, that you jump to it?
Bongi to go to a radio pulpit to talk about specifically
Herself.
herself.
Yes, it's herself.
It's not wrong.
Herself includes how she feels, what has happened to her, and how it has happened. Whether you are driving with a series or whatever that is, it's neither there nor there.
Because I knew before about what Bongi was talking about. That to me, it says it's wrong for you. Yes, you are talking about yourself, it's not wrong, but to change the scenario, it is wrong. Because we are implementing we are causing something because we are changing the story. To me, you said is this guy. Then about talking about herself and the experience of her life, that it is not wrong. This is what we are teaching, even at church.
No,
That, yes.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying let's stick to the story of Bongi.
Yes.
And possibilities of car may be the same. South Africa has a lot of cars. People drive similar cars because of the taste. Whether one hires it in the morning and take it back in the afternoon, that's how people live. But I'm saying you jump into what she's talking about. She's not talking about the family. She was not talking about, she was talking about herself. Okay? So you listening, because of the person that she mentions, you are jumping to come and defend the name of the person she mentioned, not the family. She's not talking about the family. She's talking about herself, that she was driven to a hotel, a lot of hotel. You know, there are a lot of hotels. That one may have happened in another hotel, yeah, with a car driven. And this one, again, happens in a hotel, driven to a hotel, but she tells how it moved from point A to point B, which may not be similar from that one, how it has moved from point A as she tells her story. Why do you feel it was necessary for you to interject and say, you not tell that story, you not tell it like that, tell it this way, because this is how I know it this way, not how you know it. So now you're owning the story of Bongi in me. That's what I'm saying. You take the story and make it yours to say, it cannot be correct that you speak like that on that one. It's fine, that one, but don't, because someone is involved in this thing. My wish is not alluding to your family. She's speaking about herself and what has happened.
Okay.
And she's telling us to listen to what you're saying.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I don't care who says what. Who can say I cover up Archbishop Zondo? I do what? I don't care who says
No,
what.
I'm not aware.
Any person can cover up his pastor, her pastor, the president, the one. Everyone has got the faults. I don't care who says what. I went to radio VUT to draw the attention of Bongi, not about the family, not about Archbishop Zondo. To say to Bongi, no, Marihunna, Bongi, the same Chrysler, the same hotel, the same story. We take it this guy. Now, nekibata Bongi a khutlele ho nna a re oslidia e etsaitse kgetlo la bobedi yeo ke ya pele. This now who so etsaitse something nekibata attention ya Bongi. Who can, I don't care who can say what. I could cover up a bishop. Vele ke tam cover up Archbishop Zondo.
Okay. Can I move to that one? I think I'm a bit okay. I'm moving to, Prof has asked you about, do you know any rapes that has happened in the church, or you said no, you don't?
He said, did I heard about the allegations?
Okay,
yes.
What position are you heading in terms of committees in the church?
I'm a pastor.
Because in terms of committees, I should think there are committees that runs the church.
Yes.
What position are you in the church?
I'm not in any of the committee. I will say I'm in the pastoral committees. I'm a senior pastor.
Okay. Is there a committee that deals with reporting of rapes?
Yes.
And abuse? What you call that committee? And who sits there?
I've forgotten the name, but if anything has happened, there are committees that you can let me make
I'm talking about the rape one. Let's focus on
yes.
this one.
Let me make an example where I'm in Springs Branch right now. If a girl comes to me or comes to one of the church member and say, I've been raped, the elders should know.
I understand. You're taking me on this is generic. I want us to focus. I should think such a big church has policies. That's what I should think. For you to be having different branches, there are policies that governs that space. Is it correct?
Yes.
So when it is correct, in your manual that you have of governance, there would be a committee that deals with specific things. One of that will be finances, that and that and that. So I'm taking out specifically looking at the committee that deals with issues of abuse and others and other. Is there a committee that deals with that specifically?
No. What
I understand you, I understand you.
Yes.
So now, if there isn't, now the question is, there is no ground that is leveled, that is laid for anyone to say, I'm going to a room with, you are a woman, I'll be very happy to speak to you as a mother or as a sister or aunt to say, Auntie, this and this and this is happening and so on.
There is a ground.
Pardon?
There is a ground.
A ground?
Yes.
No, I'm saying, I'm talking about committee and policies here.
Okay.
That should be governed within policy and,
Yes.
policy and committees,
Mhm.
so that there is proper investigation, there is proper recording of it, there is proper disciplinary committee if there are any. There is proper to say these cases don't stay with the church, they are referred to the law, to the police and so on and so on. That's governance for me. So when Prof was asking about who, did you hear about, how that's the question that you ask about the rapes and so forth and so forth. I understand the elders. I understand that there's a council, that and that and that. Most of the council are governed within the governance structure. They know there's an elder in this car, that committee is only for elders. They respond when is this, there's this committee of that, and there is committee of that, and this committee of that. So I understand you now when you say there is no such a committee that
Let me not say there's no such a committee. Maybe it's there, but this is
There
how.
is in a part-
Yes, let me say, if there is an allegation of one member of the church saying I fought with this lady or somebody have raped, we call the elders of the church. It is reported to the elders of the church that I've met this man, or what is
the
it?
elders of the church? Those specifically that deals with these rape issues, their rape issues.
Who are these?
Who are these members of the elders that you're talking about that deals with the rape issues? In the
Must I
church?
give the name?
Yes.
At my branch, I don't know the elders of Everton. I think I know some of them, but not all of them. But in every
And
branch.
specifically on the issue that is at hand now. I'm talking about the rape
Oh,
under the
that is
context
at
of-
hand now.
Yes. No, I'm
About-
saying under the context. I'm putting the context. I'm not putting the general thing. Elders can do, they can be round around. They can do anything in the church. But
I
there
don't
would
get
be
you.
these elders that are put specially to deal with matters that are sensitive, more especially that come from the congregants and want them, because of the certain skill that they possess, to be able to deal with such matters. Do you have such specialized people that deals with that?
These elders that I'm talking about, that they are dealing with very sensitive matters. If, like I've said, there are
Okay.
yes, there are elders who are dealing with those things.
Yes, sir.
When it comes to, you said there was a conversation had where Bongi tried to approach the bishop to obtain forgiveness. Yet the bishop turned around and said no, he's not willing to speak to her until she goes to the radio station and announces that or overturns her statement. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
Bishop did not say, I cannot speak to Bongi up until he said, here are the words. Bongi spoke about me publicly. She must go the very same way, publicly, to ask for forgiveness.
Okay, so in other words, what you're saying, he wouldn't meet with her to reconcile with her until he would only do it in public.
I don't know. I think that one you can ask Bishop.
Okay, but these are your words. I mean, I'm just following your words. What do you understand? Because what I understood when you made the statement was that she had to publicly ask for forgiveness. Is that she had to go back to the radio station or whatever
And rectify that thing. Yes, Bishop said that, he never said, I will never speak to Bongi up until Bongi back to read to Teta FM. He never said I want to speak to Bongi. He said
Okay, so
yes.
did you arrange the meeting then with the bishop so that they could sort out the problem, so that she could speak to him? Did you ever arrange that meeting?
Bishop, you hear me? Bishop said Bongi must go to radio. Full stop. He never said Bongi must go to radio, then I'll talk to her after that. He never said that one. I don't know. I don't know that one. Bishop said Bongi spoke about she used to speak about me on radio station. She must use that very same route to go and
So
ask.
he never at one stage tried to get a meeting with her to reconcile the situation in order to get her to withdraw these false allegations that were made against
I think I could have known because I'm Bongi's aunt, and every time when Bongi was having problems at church, the time she was at church, even now, Bishop will ask me to say, Lydia, ke batla ho bua le Bongi. I want to speak to
So
Bongi.
you're the liaison, in other words, between Bongi and the bishop.
Yes, by that time.
So when Bongi asked you that she wanted to meet with the bishop, you made the statement that she wanted to repent of having made these allegations. This is the statement you made. And you said that the bishop said, because you obviously went to the bishop and you spoke to the bishop, and you said the bishop said she has to go to radio if she wants forgiveness, to ask for forgiveness. So you're trying to tell me that there was never a stage where the bishop actually came to you and said, you know what, arrange a meeting with Bongi so I can understand why she's making these false allegations against me, so that I can understand and get this matter resolved. Because, I mean, these are huge allegations for the bishop. I mean, it's bringing his name into absolute disrepute within the society, within South Africa. I mean, there was violence around the church and everything at the stage when these allegations were being raised, and there's not once where he's come to you and said, can you arrange a meeting?
We call it a deliverance class. If it's so sensitive that the lady does not want to talk about it, they will say, they will say, talk to this lady about if you want to go deep, what is it?
She mentioned when she go further to say the third person, that is Alejam, started to call me privately around 12 midnight. That's a story. She's telling a story. That person started to call me Kadina Kote, and it was uncomfortable. And I could not find the strength to tell the parent, even my aunt at the time. That's what she says. That the person that she's saying rated, you know, it was uncomfortable her to talk about, even to tell the family, because the person started to call around awkward times, you know, midnight, 12 midnight, and speaking to her. Then she started dreaming about these persons in a sexual way, you know, and, you know, getting drawn to the space that she was drawn to. But it was very uncomfortable, as she said. But she couldn't tell you, or she couldn't tell the family about it. She, on the other end, she says the person concerned started calling me after some hours during the day. The church ends at 5. That's what she said.
Some reason.
But the person will call me around 4, which may not be even aware that the person called her. You know, around 4, and the church gets out at around 5, you know, to a private session.
Calling come to me.
Calling could be Osagimi, or calling can be calling.
Okay. You know, the time I was with Bongi, that I don't know, I can call it 9 months or 10 months I was with Bongi. I was so overprotective. I even fought with the boys who they like Bongi at church. I was so overprotective. There was no there was never been a day where anyone at church should say to Bongi, come at this room. What? I was with Bongi.
So you're everywhere. And
I was not
she
working by
goes to
that
the
time.
toilet.
Yeah, not in the toilet.
No, I'm saying if you're everywhere, even if I just step out and drink water,
You are saying you spoke about come to my office. You are saying
Let me read it how
yes.
he said it. He called me to the church around 4 p.m. knowing that the church closes at 5 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said.
Called. So we are not sure. It's calling over the phone or it says to me come.
Why do you think they should tell you when someone calls someone? Why do they not have a contact?
I said that. I said to them, good people, if that the person would need a Bongi for a session, get a accompany a Bongi, that the neck and the body is painful. I'll make sure her Bongi arrives there by time. I was accompanying Bongi everywhere concerning the church. If she's talking about calling when she was no more a member of Rivers of Living Waters, that one I cannot answer.
In that one as well, if someone now you are making as if she had no independency of mingling around and being normal like any other person except you going ahead, except you granting the permission. I'm talking about an adult here, a 20 plus or 30 towards, that would be independent to speak to whomever, whether in a situation where boys are, admiring her or whatsoever. It is this life of this person, whatever that she lives. So when someone admires her, you jump into it. No, not supposed to. Okay, when she has to go, because she had pains, but she had pains, but she could walk, she could do anything, but still she has pain. You want to tell me you would be the one to say because she has pain, but she was able to do anything else? It would be me that give permission and her to go to whatever that and live my life and live Bongi's life. Because
of the background that Bongi told me about, saying, "Oh, Lydia, I've done so many mistakes. I've made wrong choices. I've slept with this one other." Because of that, my dear, because of that, I said, Bongi, as long somebody they can say I'm overprotective or controlling or what, but I said to Bongi, as long you staying in this roof of mine, I want to know about the whereabouts, because you have told me that they raped you. I don't want that thing to happen to you again. Udula Lena, staying with me.
Not trusting her independence.
You can call it not trusting her. I'll call it overprotective.
Okay. But now I want to ask, as a pastor, when you're busy pastoring there, would Bongi be seated next to you here or holding your dress like that because you don't want her to move? By
that time, I was a cleaner at church. I was not a pastor. I will leave Bongi when I think I'll say now Bongi she can say no to it, because I was aware that she's vulnerable, and I will leave her to say now Bongi, you are free. But at that time, that moment, that Bongi was coming out of the accident, as I wanted to make sure, and it came that time. It came when I see Bongi is okay now. She can go alone. Coming drunk. No, Bongi, now you are fine now. But this life, my dear, I cannot live. Yes.
Let's focus on
yes.
this one. Bongi states that the person concerned ended up saying, "Call me daddy," not with the other name.
I don't know that one. If you want to call...
why I'm saying that? Because you seem to want to know everything Bongi does or doesn't. It's as if you've got this, when we grew up. Like, you want to be everywhere, Bongi is everywhere. You want to be everywhere, what Bongi does and doesn't do. Which for me, I'm a mother like you. I mean, I'm mothering kids. I wouldn't do that to my child. Even a 15-year-old, I wouldn't do that.
I've done that because of the background that Bongi.
Yeah, but I'm saying in how you want to, that's the chair saying the owning of the story of someone. And why is your life at the time when now Bongi does not have her life now, it revolves around you?
I did that. Whatever that you may call it, owning life, whatever, controlling whatever. I did that for the sake of Bongi.
Okay. However,
And I'm glad now. I'm happy because of Bongi. When he came out of Rivers of Living Waters, she was healed. She was totally healed. She even said, "Oh, Lydia," and she was even looking for jobs, Bongi.
okay. No, it's fine how you feel. Chair, Bongi continued to say, I was promised 75,000. Maybe this one will take it to the person concerned. You know, but in all this, she was telling her story, and if it was not painful for her, could it now and say, this has happened to me, and I'm still going through it, even if I have another life, but this has happened to me, and I want to talk about it. Hence, you come in, not only you, because she doesn't only mention you. We're just verifying what she has alluded to say, my aunt, because in the questioning, who took you to the church and men came in, I was taken by my aunt and this and this. Not that you know everything that happened to her. That one don't even get to that point. You know maybe whatever that she told you, whatever that you wanted to know, maybe that's what you know. But on this one, she's alluding this as facts to her, to say this has happened to me, and this is how I want to do things. She does allow that, agree that yes, I was drinking and I was drinking. She doesn't, the way she was saying it publicly, she said, I've done things. I was drinking, at some stage I had to drinking and taking drugs. That's what she's talking about, Much as you say she came out being healed, but this is what you want to believe. You have not asked her deeply without intimidating.
If I knew that Bongi was raped by Archbishop, if Bongi told me, I would have taken further steps to go even to Bishop's office. I'm not afraid of doing that. I would have. And even these people, the very same guy, when the artist, he is a family friend. As my brother's son is singing, they are friends. So I said to Bongi, let us go to him. Let us go to him. And Bongi refuses. Let us go to the police. Bongi refuses.
But this is not how you approach a raped person. You need to be highly sensitive. If you are not skilled on an issue, don't handle it. Ask people that are concerned. You could have gone to the social worker. Don't say, let's go, I would want to do this. That's not.
I by that time, now
okay.
my body language is recently is like this because of the matter I'm in now. By that time, I was, even myself, I was hurt. Me and Bongi, we were hurt. I've lost my sister. Bongi lost her mother. The language, the body language, everything was so soft. That's why Bongi came to me. So don't take the whatever that is happening and impose it to that matter.
No. It's fine. But I'm saying you could have, as assisting as a mother, maybe sought the help of a social worker if you are unable to sit with your family. Because to me, the relationship with the family could have assisted Bongi in many ways. And she could have been counseled inside the family and whatever that needed. Because remember that the church is as a result of her grandfather as well. So what is happening in this church, meaning there are things that she would have also been counseled, because all is an outcome of the foundation as well. I mean, I'm saying your church is founded by this, as I was talking about that, the three relationship area. To say Natamuruaha would have maybe as Murutile, I mean Tatuao spoke to her and whatever counseling that she needed to be counseled, before being taken out of the family. That's how I think. But at the same time, you would have maybe asked the social workers or whomever that is independently, because I would think as a mother, obviously I would jump and say, not with my kid, not with my child, but I would sought a help from someone to assist me to counsel further, and where possible, let's heal this person in the family. Now, the last one would be, why you did not take Bongi to the family? Maybe I was preparing you to say she may sit in the family and be held in the family, because this is the family of...
Like I've said before, my father...
at that time. Yes.
My father was very... I'm sorry to say this, but he knows we spoke about it very time and again. My father is being influenced by other pastors against me. That asked me the question, what is your relationship with your family? Yes, I said to him, it's because of what? The church. Lydia, you left my church in Wanaka and you go and we are the ministry in from that one to I influence. Sorry, bishop is like this, bishop is like this, and
no. For me, maybe that I understand what you're saying. You would say then you could not do that because of issues.
Yes, I knew.
Let's stop it there.
Okay.
I don't want to know what the issues are. That you did not take her there because you're not comfortable and there are issues, and it's fine.
We want to come to a close now. I hear yes.
Just on a couple of points of clarity. You say that the relationship between you and your father was strained. When did that start?
It started even before I did. Before I went to Rivers, we were having this not seeing things in one eye. We were having that. I was very close to my mom in the family, so for me, going to the Church of Rivers of Living Waters wasn't the matter.
Okay, so would you say that you don't even talk, or what's the relationship like?
At this point in time, the last time I spoke to my father, I think it was last year, 2020, round about September, when we were given a chance to go after the lockdown. That I suppose it was September, when I drove from Springs to my father's place. I was longing for my father. I arrived there. When I arrived there, my father was in the bedroom. I said, Papa, I just came to see you because this lockdowns and coronavirus, I don't know. Maybe I'll hear that you are dead or I'm dead. So I'm just missing you. I spoke to my father. After that, I went out with the daughters, 2 daughters of my younger sister, out to the car because we were given restrictions. At this point in time, we was not roaming about the streets. So I said, Papa, I want to go back to Springs. Then I drove back. I asked them, where is your mom? She's in the bathroom. She's busy in the bathroom. So I went home. When I arrived at Springs, calling my father, Papa, I have arrived safely. There were no police. There was nothing. I arrived safely. You know what my father said to me? He said to me, Lydia, why you did not greeted Rosie? Rosie is angry at me. She says you every time when you came here, you only concentrate on me. So I said, Papa, where was Rosie? I was with you in the bedroom. We went out with Rosie's daughters. Where Rosie hear my voice on the corridor, I'm speaking. But now, Papa, you taking the side of Rosie saying, I was supposed to knock every door to look for Rosie. Rosie can hear that her elder sister is here after a very long time since lockdown. She was supposed to come out of the room and to say hi, Lydia. So now, Papa, you're saying Rosie is wow chica is talking back to you to say, you see, Papa, my sister Lydia did not greet me, and you're saying to me now, Lydia, I think my child, when you came here at home, where every time when you come here, I think you have to stop coming from this house. You have to stop coming here because you are causing me problems. Rosie is accusing me of you not greeting her. That was the last. I said, Papa, repeat that 3 times. I said, you saying I must not come? He said, yes, Lydia, because I'm suffering. I'm the one who's getting the punch from Rosie that you did not greet at her.
Okay. So now I understand that. So you've got a very, very difficult relationship.
Yes, yes.
And would you say that has been since before you went to, you say that sort of a relationship where you hardly talk and everything like that. That was the relationship.
Yes.
From before you went to
Rivers, yes.
Okay, so you testified that you approached your father to go to VUT, yet in this letter, your father states that you didn't approach him before you went.
He approached me. He approached. My father heard about me going to VUT through this guy's boss-in-law, my brother's son. And he says to me, Lydia, when are you going to lunch? There's something that I don't understand. I said, Papa, 12 o'clock. And he came. We sit in the car. Lydia, I hear you. I hear they say you are going to VUT. What is this? Explain to me. I want to understand it. Papa, Bongi told me about this, what, Chrysler, what story. But now, I fail to understand. Why now is she changing the story? Papa said, oh, if it is like that, Wanaka, go.
Okay, then one more question. Just want to ask, why did you go through such great lengths not to appear before us?
Come again?
Why did
Make
you
it
go
simple
through
so
such-
that... Yeah.
Why did you go through such great lengths not to come and witness here?
I
a re hobaneng ka nako kore a bo selemo se fetileng
Ehe.
ne re o bitsitse gore o tlo tla re tlo tlotla le wena kore hobaneng o bile le o gofela morao o sa batle go tla gore to the great.
Okay, you call it not wanting to come.
No, why you
It's-
went to
Why you went to such great lengths
Uh-huh.
not to come and testify?
You can call it going such a great lengths not to come, but I will call it I was sick. There was something that I cannot disclose that is happening in I've got a hemiplegia daughter. So there was something. I went to the doctor and they gave you a doctor's letter, the doctor's note.
But but that was prior, that was after you actually started the court case. Why did you go to court to stop coming to see the commission to come tell the truth?
By that time, the date that you gave me, the 26th of September, of December, 25th of December. Let me check it. 14 December. But this day, it was Monday. From Saturday, I was not well.
But so you mean to tell me, because as far as I understand the court case, there was a court case that we had to stop because you didn't want to come to the commission. And then after that, when the court ruled against you, then you fell sick. Is that correct?
No. I was given this letter on I don't know when, but I was given the letter to be given the date of the 14th of December. Ne? I know myself, preparing myself to come to the commission. But it happened on this weekend, even Monday. I was not well. I don't know, maybe I don't get you clear. But on this day,
Yeah.
I was not called twice and say no, thrice and say no, fourth time and say no. I was called only once.
I think the point is making, Commissioner, is that
Okay.
if you are not well, it's okay. I mean, there's no danger there. What you do is to send a doctor's note and we record and say,
I did. My lawyer, through my lawyer.
No, but that was after the court case started.
okay, maybe let's stop it at that.
Okay, it's between. I don't know.
The last one for me is to assure you that we are hearing your side of the story as we heard the side of the story of Bongi. This commission will look at this, evaluate, test it, and we still even need more corroboration, need even more other voices. We need theatre here, because you have alleged that certain people in theatre were buying a Bongi to give the story, and you'll give the name of those people who
Linzo and Simon Fuke.
Yes. And then there are other names as well. This the driver, the artist. We need the name as well. And the other names that you have alluded here, because we need to around that and see the story in its totality. And see the story. We would be happy to speak to your father. It will be useful to speak to your father, so that we get to the bottom of this, so that at the end we are able to give a full account of what you said and what others have said. Our responsibility here is to make sure that no one is alleged to have done something if that person has not done it. Okay? Is to differentiate between truth and falsehood, and to be able to put the case or the matter in perspective for purposes of education and for purposes also of justice. It's very important. Justice must be said. Those who are angry, justice must be said. And those who giving evidence under oath are found not to have done it, the consequences are there also. So hence we are here. We are a statutory body. We make sure we take the interest of religious, cultural, and linguistic communities. In these matters, we are not targeting pastors. Now, the matters which have come to us from members of those churches. We don't even know some of the churches they come from. It's not only this one, but Kwasizabantu, and many others are coming to us from their own respective churches. And the story sometimes is similar. Not different, similar. So I want to see precisely why is South Africa is going through this upsurge in the religious institutions of our country. Hence, this commission is going to the bottom of this matter. Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us your side of the story.
Sure.
Yes.
Maybe the last one, House Leader. The Commission, our purpose, the objects, is to ensure that there's a respect amongst and within the religious and cultural linguistic communities, okay? And to bring unity, social cohesion within and amongst. I think we are taking an interest if there's a family, high Arania. So we may maybe try to say if there's any space allocated, that there would be a space of reconciliation, where you reconcile as a family. Okay. That is the role of the Commission, to ensure that we build those relationships and we are able to live within the family as a primary institution, including Bongi, you, your father, and so forth, just to ensure that we are healing all of you in whatever way. It's what we do as a Commission. We are not finding you faulty, we are not finding whomever faulty. It's to say how do we build this country, all of us, and ensure that we bring all of you together in the way we are so diverse, but still arise to say, I am who I am within this family, and it is my family. As much as it may be hurting to you, maybe it's hurting Bongi, and we are also not, managing the hurt in a way. Maybe Tate or Abutu whatsoever. I would like, or the Commission would like to see that happening. Okay, also. So we may maybe have a session in totality just to reconcile the family.
Thank you. Thank you so
I
much.
would love to have the thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Pastor, the meeting is adjourned for now. Thank you.
Unless you want to say something.
No, there's nothing. Thank you so much for your time. Must I leave this?
No,
Yes.
no, I think at the
Oh, okay.
Take the workers.
Hey, my bad.
And your ticket should be sent.
All right.
And you can see she's
Water.
have you switched off this?
No.
Have you switched off this? It's on. It's on. Oh, it keeps on. Oh.
Yeah, it's on because it's streaming on YouTube
okay,
as well. I
okay.
think if you want to talk, you need to share.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can realize.
Sort of to kick you out of your house.
Yeah. Yeah, quickly come in and just go to the hospital. Yeah. Yes. Nice.
What is the first name of
Richard.
Richard? He's a commissioner as well, right?
Yes. It took almost 2.5 hours.
The husband.
No, it's another one, the media guy.
Another David inside.
The Sichaba Tafu, I think it's not coming.
Okay. Yeah, Sheikh Maureen. Maureen, who's coming?
Oh, Maureen, I came born.
From this list here. David in trouble. David in trouble?
David in trouble.
David in trouble, what are in camera?
You give the media guy.
I want somebody what are straight. Salome, bring Salome, because I don't want to interrupt the flow of the video.
This is an interesting Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I have to do this.
Hey, how are you? Yes.
I'll leave the copy.
And what are they? Just get them in there.
We just need to get confirmation. This one according to CRL, right? Okay, sure.
Chair, they're just signing in the section.
Why
Even
didn't
though
they-
we've stopped the list.
Oh, but they should have just stopped the list. They'll do it as administratively. No, man.
What's the response? What's the response? On the internet?
No, I haven't checked. This one is YouTube. I haven't checked. This one is YouTube.
Okay.
So you're going back?
It's slightly delayed that I had because I've been sitting here a while already.
You're going back?
What happened last time?
You went today?
The whole
That's the call. So by the way, it's been a bit of your house here.
Yes, I still
You
have
pay,
the
you
apartment.
start to-
you pay rent and
The boys have taken it.
They are home now.
They're home.
They are home.
Oh, so it's a long time. Were you able to fix the wall?
I wanted Salome before you, David.
Okay.
Because there is a streaming of the video. Can you bring Salome and then you come immediately? Is that so? Now we have a challenge, but I carry you guys must be keen. And these are the only ones. Maybe explain to them why it is important, because the issues that have been raised are already raised in the public domain. Maybe raised
Oh, what's the situation now?
the situation now. They want to be not in camera.
Do they want to be in camera?
No.
Okay.
No.
There's certain rules when it comes to in camera. Okay, it's not just a choice. There's a thing called a vulnerable witness, which means either under the age of 16, either you have to have a mental incapacity. We do understand when it comes to people that have been subject to rape, that's also sensitive issues and everything like that. But you have to be able to prove vulnerability. You have to be able to give us a valid reason as to why you feel you need to be in camera, be it that your life is in danger or those sort of criteria, you understand. So if you can explain to us why you would like to be in camera, meaning that...
we had said that we don't want to appear on social media and then
on TV.
And on TV as well.
For what reason?
Due to the nature of work that I'm doing.
Okay.
Because I'm currently working with the Department of Education. I'm an assessment specialist. I work with schools and principals. So I'm a public figure and I cannot appear on public if it's something that might tempt the department or something.
Yes.
So hence I'm saying if it's the camera is going to help you guys with some sort of thing, I don't have a problem with that. The problem is being on media, on social media, to appear on social media.
Okay. Can I understand? But you're appearing in your own capacity. You're not appearing as the Department of Education. So the two can't be linked.
But when we sign the oath, we are also the face of the department. When we sign the oath, when we sign our appointment letters, we are also the face of the department. And taking into consideration that I'm not only working with, I'm not only working within the schools that I'm working within the whole province as well.
Okay.
So yes.
Okay. Yeah. But do you mind if your voice is heard or both your voice and your face?
I don't understand.
No. If your picture is not shown, but
Yes.
your voice
Is it okay with your voice to be heard and your face covered? Your name won't be mentioned, obviously.
No,
It's still fine.
Is that
It's
okay?
still fine, yes.
Okay, so you guys have got it. Face blurred, no names. Okay.
And, I also have a breathing challenge because I'm asthmatic. I also had some asthma attacks. Can I also at least put my mask down?
And also, if you encounter the serial problem where we work, please let us know as a commission, because here We are looking for information to help understand the situation.
Okay.
We are not just here for any it's a national interest.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. Let me introduce to you the members of the commission. I am Dave from Soma, the chair of the commission. Next to me is Commissioner Bailey, and next to her is Commissioner Water.
Okay.
And the other 2 or 3 commissioners on the virtual platform, Commissioner Skuman, Commissioner Langer, and who else? Only 2 of them. Only 2 of them.
Yeah, only 2.
Bata is not available. Then you've got Commissioner Petro, the deputy chair.
Okay.
Over to you.
Thank you. I need to swear you both in terms of Section 7 of our Act.
Okay.
What would you prefer, an oath or a solemn affirmation?
An oath.
Oath before God.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If you can please stand, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I. We won't say your name so that they don't get it, but
Okay.
if you can say it under your breath.
Okay.
Do hereby swear
Do hereby swear
to tell the truth,
to tell the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Thank you so much. It's Salome and
Isaac.
Isaac.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Isaac. No, just for me to be able to know this one. I hope in the system, make sure you add that. I think they'll do it. They'll get us for some time. They know where we are. The purpose here is to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Because you have been named by those who came before.
Okay.
So we felt it is important to establish the connection and the truthfulness and whatever the case may be. And I will start with Salome. Maybe you follow the same thing. Isaac.
Yes.
At some point. Are you still a member of the Rivers of Living Water Ministries?
No.
Okay. When did you leave?
December 2018.
2018. Before you left, what was your role in it?
It started, can I just start where
Yes.
I started going to church in 2008. I had challenges of my own, and then I met somebody that we used to dance together who connected me to the person that connected me to the church because I had challenges that I was going through. By then I was still at high school. I was in grade 11, 2008. Then 2009, still a member at the church. I was a dancer at the church. And then moved 2009, 2010. I was about to register as a first. Now, while landing from NSFAS to go and study, to study my bachelor's degree in education. Then, we had a youth pastor that we would go to. The reason why I had moved from the church that I used to go to Rivers of Living Waters was the fact that I was a person who loved school so much, but I had a problem with I had many visions that I couldn't understand, and they were disturbing me at school. And the route that my parents wanted me to take wouldn't allow me to go to school. So I then went to church. But these visions were always there. So there was this youth pastor, Pastor Poswa. That was the closest person that we could go to. So I would go to Pastor Poswa, telling him about the visions that I have. This is what I dreamed, and this is the person that came into my dream and said this. And almost everything that I would say, they would happen. So Pastor Poswa told the Archbishop about this girl who's having visions, and the things that she's saying, they are initially happening at the church, and they would come back. After a while, that was in 2010. Then in 2011, the bishop then started being interested in this gift. Then that's when he told Pastor Poswa to bring me in, to invite me, and there were 3 of us on that day. When they invited me, I was still at rest. They even gave me money because my parents were unemployed. So they gave me money to come to the church on that time because I was still at rest.
Where were you that time?
I was at school, Northwest University, Val Campus. So they even gave me money to come to go to the church because there was this arranged meeting with the bishop. Then when I arrived there was Pastor Poswa and Archbishop. Then Zondo said, I'm interested in your gift because you have this gift of dreaming and what. And Poswa is telling me that most of the dreams that you had told him, they are coming to pass. So I want to connect you so that I can check who is this person or who is this angel that talks to you. Then the relationship started there. It was in 2011. Then, whilst he was still praying for me, then I had even more visions than before. And what he did now, he gave me a new job. This job was to be a prayer warrior. We were the first group that he started with. When we started as prayer warriors, we were 9 by that time. It was only one male, and it was all 8 women. I was the youngest amongst them all because I was still at school. Then what they would do, he would give us prayer items. Prayer items, we pray about them, but with me it was different story because I wasn't, when he would call, maybe let's say, come here, school will always be my excuse because if there was something that I never compromised is me being educated. So what he did, he called me every morning from 2011 till 2018 and 2019, every day, because from 2011 till 2018, not even 2018, 2019, because 2019 he was still trying to buy us back, to come back to the church. Yes. So he would call me every day, because every day I would have a dream. I would have, this is what I dreamt of, this is what happened. Some of the dreams that I would have, it included prophecies. What I would see people coming to church, certain people, what. So what he did, we were 9 at the time. That group, it was called Amapakat at that time. Then Amapakat, I don't know what it, Amapakat, I don't even know what it means because I don't understand isiZulu. So what he would do, he would connect even the dead to others just to check what's happening, what's going to happen, what's happening with this one. But with me, it was always the case of there was this person that would always speak to me that I would see in my visions because of the gift that I have. So there were many of us, and the thing with him is that he has a selfish personality. If you are not giving him what he wants to hear, that is not enough. It must be something that he wants to hear. So what happened along the way, that first group, it got dissolved. But we didn't know what happened to others because one of us died. One of the group members died, Osmanana. Then we were left with Memam Kiti, Tsikhufatso, Osnaledi, Nelly. Mr. Poswa was always there. He was always more like an administrator of the group. So it was also Nelly who was very closer to me. We were close. Then we started at that time, when time went on, Nelly started being more like, I would say, promoted to be on, we were now on the same level. But what would happen, he would do the very same thing. He would call me in the morning and call Nelly as well in the morning because of the want to check the dreams, the visions. What was his message, he would say. Then what he would do in return, every month, he would give us, while I was still at school, every month he would give us 1,200. That was money for airtime. And so that we can come from rest to come to church. That was airtime. So that if maybe we see his missed call and you have to call him back to give him the message, then you would have money to call him back. So that was the program that started from 2011 of airtime. Then the first group, it got dissolved. Osman Kitty left. He didn't even know why they left. Then we were left with myself and Nelly Muruti Poswa and Abram Put. Then he introduced another group. He added other people to the group. When he added other people to the group, he added Mamile to the group. He added Itumelangulela to the group. Mamswewu to the group. But majority were still women. So at the time, I was also focused at school, but that's when we would now get prophecies from almost all the group. It was no longer one reliable source, I would say. It was now many of them giving him the prophecies, including us, because that's what we had started. Then the 2012 thing came. When the 2012 thing came, we were the ones that we would be called to his house to come and pray. What is the Lord saying about this situation? And at that time, he would give us mandates to we must write. What he would do, he writes something down. After writing something down, we must curse those people. He must curse. We pray against them. Accidents. What. So then, 2012. From 2012, as I have alluded, we would communicate every day. Then, until he said he wants people to give money into the church. And there was this foundation that they already had. Now, we were now more like the face of the foundation, saying we must, telling the church that he has given us money to go to school, where else we were being given we were given money by NSFAS. The only money that we got from the church was that 1,200, which was of airtime and traveling costs when we would go to him. So there was, we would also be presented to the partakers that, this one is doing what, we are taking her to school. But the church never really gave us money. He would also say to us, remember, as a church, we don't have money, we need these people to bring money in. Then we would say, okay, oh no, the church is giving us money, but initially the money that we would get from church is 1,200, myself and Nelly at that time. Then I also have proof of the SMSs, of the prophecies, all from my phone, all the screenshots. I also have them with me here as part of my evidence, as well as my statements from the school, because that's one thing that he has, that he has taken me to school, but he didn't. I had money from NSFAS. So, and then time moved on. It was back in we were still doing the same thing, but now he added more girls to the group. And what we would see was the fact that they would act in a certain way before him. One of the reasons why, you said you won't take this too. One of the reasons why I had a problem with the way they acted is the fact that growing up, I was a rape victim. Hence, I was struggling a lot. So, and he knew that. So that thing, it really, it was something that was the biggest challenge in my life, because I also changed my image. I became a lesbian. I with that a lot. So he knew that, but I was also amazed. That's why I watched over the way I wear my clothes, because remember, as a rape victim, you would feel that there's something that you did that made a perpetrator to attack you. So I always watched, even now, my husband can attest, I always watch how I dress, how I talk to people, especially male people, so that it might not seem as if you are giving any person any idea that this is what's going to happen. So when it started, he wanted me to go and work for the church. 2013, I completed my degree. So he wanted me to work for the church. So I refused because I wanted to be an academic. Even now, I'm still studying. I'm doing my last year of my PhD. So I wanted to be an academic. And because of the nature and the business of the church, he doesn't allow anybody to flourish. You must be under him. That's how he operates. So it happened that because we were so like, I took him as a father figure. And he moved from being a person that takes messages from me to being the person now that would confide in me. Even when they had challenges, he would, if any problem, my husband can even attest, he would call in 3 a.m. anytime he would call. Even when he had challenges at home, he would also call. Everything he would call. If he wanted to do, then he would just say, I know you cannot do anything for me, but you can pray with me so that things can be resolved. So it went on, but now they bought a stand in Robert Shem. When the church bought Robert Shem, he took me nearly, by that time Itumelo Ngulela was being introduced to the group. It took me and Itumelo Ngulela, we went to the stand. When we arrived at that stand, it was still the construction was not even yet started. And when he took us there, Itumelong was sitting on the front, we were seated at the back. Then he said, you must choose offices, yet they were not yet built. We decided, now I said, you know what, I see myself maybe as a minister of education, because that's how much I loved school, but I don't see myself working here. And then Itumeleng said, this will be my office and I will be the head of what, with arrogance, with authority. And then myself and Nelly, we looked at one another because we were friends. We looked at one another in a sense that nobody talks to the bishop like that, because we were in reverence. We were scared of him. We feared him. So when time went, Itumeleng Ngulela started being all the face. But now my husband married, we got married in 2014. Now in 2014 things started to change, because I was also doing my honors degree at the time. And being a newlywed, I had to balance being a career woman here, being an academic, being a wife as well. So, because there were always many of them, even he would call them and we call and say, come, we are going to pray up, because I had certain things that I was busy with, and we were always communicating on a daily basis on the phone. Then, in 2017, people left at the church group and made another group again of prayer warriors. One time I went to the meeting of prayer warriors. There was this one, Xoliswa Ngobo, Cooking Ngobo. Xoliswa Ngobo, they had a prayer with him prior. After having a prayer with him, I joined later because I was late. I had commitments, and I was working as a grade 12 educator, always had extra classes and what so on. So Xoliswa said something that disturbed me at the time. Xoliswa said, hey, like the bishop was praying for me and my pants were down. But he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. Then it was one of the red flags on what can happen, looking at the nature of how they related to him as well. Then it moved on. They were now starting to comment on his manhood. That was in 2017. That was a red flag. In 2018 earlier, I had a dream. Now in this dream, I dreamt of him. He was still preaching at the time. He was praying for women. But all of those women, many of them, I knew them. Then the weather started to change on my dream, and then they were lying down as if there's something like that, a living corpse. If I would say, they would lie there unconscious. I knew almost of them, but the eyes were closed was the one who had passed on, by the name of Shala. Then I was seated on the dream. I was behind, very. I was so bad. He was like a monster and wicked at the time, and I was amazed at the creature that I was seeing, because that was not him. That was not the person that I knew. When I told him the dream, he said to me, "Where were you?" I told him that I was at the back. Then he said, hey, you must stop gallivanting or eating what those dreams. Because on that dream there was a man who switched on the light and said to him, "You must stop doing what you are doing." And when he did that, he started to dress up. So when I told him that, he got angry. I was with my husband and I made a loudspeaker, because sometimes when he wouldn't find me on my phone, he would call my husband. So most of the time, most of the things, my husband knows them clearly. And then what he did, he then called me 20 minutes later and said to me, "Give me all the names of those people that you saw in the dream." To me, that was a red flag. And I said, I don't remember them. And I remembered all of them. The people that I knew. And some of them, that's who came later and said they were raped by him. Then what he did, in 18 April, Itumeleng Gulela called me on my phone. I was with my husband. I made a loudspeaker. Itumeleng Gulela said, "Mkhotsi, I'm going to resign at the church." I'm saying, "Why are you going to resign?" Because both and herself are working at the church. And then she said, "I'm tired of giving this old man blowjobs. I'm tired of sleeping with this old man because I can no longer sleep with my husband." I'm like, "To me, usirasi. This guy, this thing started from 2013. He has been doing this to me." Then I started fearing for my life. I'm like, okay, to do. At the same time, you must protect your father. At the same time, I'm not a person who condones that, taking into consideration where I come from. Then that's when I started retracting myself from the church, because I didn't believe anymore in what he says, because he would say Itumeleng Gulela has a gift, and Itumeleng Gulela's gift is surpasses all. But at the same time, what I wondered was the fact that Itumeleng was blowing the whistle all over. He would also try that before he goes and preach, he would call me and do this to me, and we would wait, because before he would preach, he would indeed call Itumeleng. At one time, we were seated as prayer warriors. He was praying for all of us. Then he said to Itumeleng, "Do you want me to pray for you here in front of all these people, or do you want private?" Then Itumeleng said private. And the level of disrespect between the two of them it just showed that there was something that was happening. So in October, I was busy with my master's degree in 2018, the final stages of 2018. So in October 2018, I was submitting my dissertation at the time. So when I submitted my dissertation, it was a final product which got It also went to languages. It had parts of dedication. It also had parts of acknowledgements. And he was also featured in the part of dedication that was always there, because he seemed to talk about education, because we were also being educated. Then in 2018, November, I started having my own dreams, whereby it was more like the Lord was saying to me, you need to start detaching yourself. Then I started myself. I would stop going to church, go whenever I wanted. And then in 2018, on the 8th, it was the 23rd of December, we were at church at the time. While we were still at church, I had a daughter who was about 6 months old at the time. So I was still breastfeeding my daughter. Then he called me. After he called me, he said to me he wants to pray for my marriage. I went to his office as usual, but because of what I had heard from Itumeleng, I did no longer trust him to be closer to him. Then I went there. After I went there, he said he's going to pray for my marriage. My husband was at the time, but he never called my husband. He called me alone. I went there. When I was there, there's this couch that sits nearer when he's about to pray. When I was there, then when we were there, he prayed necessarily good prayers. So maybe in his mind, he thought that whatever he used on other women at that time had worked on me. So what he did, my hands were up, and then I was still praying, but my mind was on my baby, because she was still outside with my husband and I was still breastfeeding. And then he said, I will talk this in Sesotho just to be his exact words. He said, ke rapella lenyalo la hae, ke rapella le di sexual feelings tsa hae. That was a red flag for me. Okay, di phahame. Ha se di phahame, ha di se di phahame, a di bontshe ho nna, a ngfone. So to me, it was a red flag. Okay, this prayer, how can I show my how can I express my sexual feelings to him? Then that's when he started. When I opened, I didn't even open my eyes. Literally, he forced his penis into my mouth. Then I opened my eyes because I was shaking, like, this person knows what I've been through and how much it took where I am, or to be well with my husband, and he does that to me. I stood there shaking. I moved from him. He was so scared because he could see vividly that I saw him. I saw what he just did to me. Then I stood up and ran. Then Thabiso came after me saying I must come back. Then I told Thabiso, who was one of his ashat, I told Thabiso that Thabiso hake Springbok, because that's how they would call people who would manifest evil spirits. Thabiso hake Springbok, I'm not a Springbok, don't come after me. I'm going home. So during that time, my husband was still with Ntatel Fera. They were outside. Then I sat at the toilet for a little bit. I said, I didn't understand what this man just did to me. Then, being smart as he is, he called my husband. He just wanted to check whether my husband knows. I told my husband about what just happened. He called my husband, asking my husband where I am. My husband was saying, no, she's with you that side. Oh, maybe she's out. I'll just check her and go home. Then he just said, no, how was the preaching? Asking my husband about the preaching. The following day, he didn't answer his calls. He called my husband. And when he called my husband, I was saying next to my husband that I don't want to speak to him. But I didn't tell my husband at the time what happened. Then came the 24th. On the 24th of December, he called us and my husband. We had a family gathering at the time, saying to church. My husband and I refused at the time. The 25th, we didn't go to the church. The 31st, my husband went alone to the church. Then when we started the new year, that's when I said, I don't want to go back anymore. Then I told my husband. But before I told my husband what happened, Mamile came to me. When Mamile came to me, I told him, hey, this guy did this. Then Mamile, that's when started confiding in me that he also did that to but get a time to escape. You did. Then we stopped going to church. He called and called and called, and he would also demand messages. Or even if you don't want to talk to me, give me the prophecies. But the issue was that there were many of us giving him the prophecies. So until we had a meeting with him, my husband and I, my husband wanted us to confront him, and he wanted us to leave without having ran away. He wanted us to leave. And I told my husband at the time that I'm not yet ready to meet him because I had to overcome the victim. I don't know if there's such the victimness in me, so that I can be able to face him. Because if there's one thing that he also knew is that I was never deceptive towards him. I would tell him things as they are, and if I didn't want to do something, I wouldn't do it. If I didn't want to go anywhere, I wouldn't go. So my husband and I, we went there to confront. When we went there to confront him, he wanted to come to our house because we didn't trust him, because we know that he is capable. Because of the things that he would tell us he would do, he wants to do, but the Lord is going to be on his side. Then he said to us, we went there. When we arrived there, we arrived around 6 o'clock, and our phone to record the conversation that we had with him, because we know the kind of a person he is. He is a liar. I don't want to lie. And I'm not saying this because I'm no longer at his church. He is the greatest manipulator that anyone can get. Anything that he says, that guy, he is evil. He is evil to such an extent that he knows people in high places. And with just one phone call, for example, I would say this without shame. MEC Matime, the MEC of Education West, is a member of the church. The time when she went, apparently, I don't know how politics works, but her name was apparently out of the on the ballot, and she wanted to be appointed. That guy called me and summoned me to his office. We went there. MEC was there with a Tupperware full of money. Then he said to me, pray that her name to be taken back so that she can get it. We prayed, and then he connected me just so that she can get whatever that he wanted. After the MEC left, that guy made a phone call. He was there. He called. The name of the MEC can be brought back to the ballot paper. So he knows people in high places. And if he says what I'll do, he'll do it. So he would also tell, okay, this thing, it doesn't have God, but I'm going to do it so that I can get money. He is money motivated. Nothing influences him like money. So when we went there to a meeting, and we knew with my husband, he said that he's going to cry and do what? When the moment at his office, he cried. Hey, you guys, you know the struggles I'm going through. I confide in you, but we knew there were crocodile tears. And because I'm a person who loves to laugh, to make jokes, I wanted to laugh at the time, looking at whatever that we predicted. He is doing them because we know him so well. Then this guy, he said he was talking about the properties. They are trying to kill him, the cameras, the drugs. At the time, Pastor Poso had left the church. Poswa is recruiting people. He thought we were being recruited by Pastor Poswa at the time. Then I waited for him to finish. Then I said to him, but Tumi said you are sleeping with her. Then he was like, hey, Tumi, but it's not only Tumi. Even Mamile told me that you raped her. Then she said, no. Those ones, they are professional prostitutes. They will do anything for money. Tumi recruits all the girls in the church so that they can seduce me. Okay, then who paid me? Because that is the very same thing that you did to me. Then that's when he didn't want to answer. No. Then he said, the spirit of rape that is in me, it's the one that gets activated, and it's the one that overpowered him so that he can be able to do what he did to me. So initially he used an innocent experience that I went through to say, this is the reason why I did this to you. But it's not about me, it's about you. It's the spirit that is in you. Then my husband said to him, when anybody does even a little thing, even when anybody would steal your water, you fire them. Why don't you fire Tumi? Because Tumi is talking bad about you. Then he said, no, Tumi's grandmother said he must protect Tumi. Then afterwards, my husband said, we came here for closure, and we got it because we wanted him to necessarily say, I apologize for what I did, but he didn't do that. So that was the last time we spoke to him. My husband told him that we were here for closure, we got it, and we are no longer going to be members of your church. This is our end of the road with this church. Then that's when he started on every Sunday to curse us. Go place our photos on the screens to say we are going to get accidents, we are going to divorce, we are going to lose our jobs. He would curse us. Still today, he still does that. Until last time he did that, I sent him a message about a month ago, and I said, I also have proof of all our conversations with him. I told him that when you know that you are a rapist and you have raped these women, and what he would do, he would harm them. It's not only those two that I mentioned. There's also Ntombi Nkosi. Ntombi, it was December 2018. November 2018. He called Ntombi to his office. Ntombi is working there. He called Ntombi. After calling Ntombi to his office, he said to Ntombi, must give her a hug. He hugged Ntombi. After hugging Ntombi, she said the very same words she said to Ntombi that she said to me, that she's praying for Ntombi, and her sexual feelings must arouse, something like that. Then Ntombi ran. Even Ntombi also ran to Durban at the time. And Ntombi told me and Mam Sway at the time. And then after Ntombi told us, he wanted Ntombi to such an extent that he would send WhatsApp messages in the group of prayer warriors and send messages to Ntombi. Ntombi, I'm calling you, where are you? Kanti Ntombi ran away. So when we were in that meeting, I also mentioned the name of Ntombi. I said, Ntombi also told me that you tried to do that to her. Then that's when he started calling Ntombi aside, because Ntombi is working at the church. He started calling Ntombi aside. When we all left, Ntombi remained behind because of she's working there. And we don't know what he also said to Ntombi at the time. So basically, that's what transpired between Archbishop Zondo and myself for a period of close to 9 years, almost every day, unless if I'm forgetting something that there would be any clarity-seeking question, but I think my husband can also add on certain things because he was always there. He has always been there and to witness everything. But I also have proof of the screenshots, of prophecies, of the messages that he would send. And sometimes he would also talk about his weaknesses because at a time when David Molapo was divorcing with his wife, he called us to tell us David Molapo, they are divorcing, but it was not yet at the time published. Then he said he called David Molapo and told David Molapo told him that he's having an affair with somebody. He said to us, my husband and I, he said, I told him that we all have faults. I even told him of my weaknesses with women. Then my husband and I, we were surprised. And he even said we are also going to divorce with my wife because we want to run away from tax. But we knew because his wife is just a picture there at the church. She's not, I don't know what I can say about her. But initially that's what transpired. There is something that...
Yes. Yeah, let him freely, there's something to add. You can just switch off your yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. There are some few points that I just want to add on because I think my wife has just made this work to be very, very simple. Yeah, she's got a very, very good memory. She's gifted spiritually and otherwise. So, in terms of education, I want to just warn people out there that they must take care of themselves. They must be aware of Zondo. To me, he's not a father. He used to be a father. I grew up in a very value Christian orientated family. I was raised under the principles of Christianity in my family. So we were raised to respect elderly people. We were raised, I would say, religiously. So you can just imagine as a husband, especially as Africans, we've paid lobola, to show that we love this person, we are serious about life. For that matter, I grew up as a young person who did not indulge in bad things, so that I can have a happy life. I can be healthy in the relationship, not be an abusive husband to my wife. So you can just imagine what he was trying to do to my life, to try to rape my wife, but and giving her the blowjobs and stuff like that. When my wife started to tell me those things, it really hurt. It really hurt me the most because I know that Zondo utilizes in the weaknesses of the people. Yes. I want to stop the South Africans who will be attending that church, that stop confiding your problems to such pastors. Yes. Because that's why they put them on the corner. You would think as an ordinary person that I'm going to tell him all my problems so that he can pray about them to his God, and then you will have the solutions. The only thing that you will get, you will regret. People go there rich, they go out poor. People go there having small problems, they go out there being miserable. In terms of education, he was utilizing on the potential that my wife has got. Ms. Sizakele Popedi can attest to this, what I'm going to say. One day we were in the hotel, a strategic meeting, because we used to be part of the... We were very, very active young people in the church, and he would identify that we've got potential, so he would involve us in these strategic meetings. Strategically, he told my wife that she must go in front of those people that he called the partakers. There were lawyers there were business people, there were some of the ministers and the kings in the city, where he wanted to raise millions for this nonsense that he calls 2020 Vision 2020, there in Unitas Park. So he told her that you must go and give the testimony of how I took you to school and stuff like that and what, manipulating her. But us, we did not see it as a bad thing in that time, because we thought, oh, he's a black person, South African government doesn't fund churches and whatnot. This is the strategy that he uses to can raise the funds into the church so that things can run smooth within the church. Then he manipulated my wife to say, you must stand before these people that we took you to school, and the video was taken from our home, our respective home, and then I would say we stay in the nice neighborhood, and then his crew came to our house, and then they took a video where that Zondo took her to school, paying for her university tuitions worth 100,000. And I was so angry, and then to a point that I went to her after the video and said, why do you lie about this thing? Because it's going to catch up with you. So, in that particular meeting, Zondo was able to raise more than 2 million. And Ms. Sizakele Popedi, and together with these two, they were appointed so that these people who were pledging with millions and hundreds of thousands to go to them, because that's what they used to do. When these millions comes into the church, he will tell these people, you know where to go. There are these two ladies at the back there, go to them. Then people will do the transactions. So not only those millions, Zondo claims out there that he took young girls, young people to school. Where are those young people? In Rivers of Living Waters, if you can go to all the clips, if you can go to all these celebrations, the Youth 16 and whatnot, let them show all the faces of the people that he took to school, because I only know of my wife, which she was a friend, which she uses her because of the evidence that she's got. Because you go to Google, you punch her name, everything that she contributed with academically is there. So today, people's monies are exploited because of that strategy of using my wife, and that the foundation that they are taking children to school and they are building people houses. God doesn't give anything to anyone. He is so selfish. When he says he's going to build a house, chairperson, let's maybe you've got this. You are a leader of this certain committee. Call these influential people. Tell them that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You do that, you gather the money together. But when he presents it in front of the people of South Africa, it's him who did that. I was listening to him yesterday when he was lying that people Range Rovers. How can he give people Range Rovers? He never gives anyone anything. So in terms of anointing, when he claims that when he gave my wife a blowjob, and he claims that the spirits that are in my wife are the ones that were heavy on him, so that he was tempted to can rape her. Then a simple question. You are claiming that you have this anointing that breaks the yoke, as a man of God. Now you see a young lady who always dresses decently. My wife doesn't in skirts or whatnot. You can go and ask anyone who knows about her from the university. She dresses properly, she respects herself, she respects herself. Then I find no reason for Zondo to can be tempted to want to sleep with my wife. The other guy that I want to speak about here is Paul Swa. Angry at that guy. Because we used to house him in my house. I used to respect him. But today my mind has changed. My perspective has changed. Why? Because he went to Skoen, Synagogue Church of All Nations there at Nigeria. At that time, I prophetically show was the true man of God and what. At that time. And people came to me trying to show me, hey, of these prophets and what. Be careful. And then I was defending with blood and nails and everything that is within me. Up until when he went to Skoen, and then people gathered monies, and then he went that side. And then even as we contributed to where we contributed. When he came back, he was no longer answering our message. He was no longer in good communication with us, but we used to communicate with him almost maybe per week or per month or whatever, but we used to communicate very effectively. The next thing that I saw Poso going to the stations that Zondo attends to. Because Zondo, when SABC, maybe let's say ETV or JJ Tabani invites him to come for the interview, he will never go there. Because all of radical thinkers, those who can ask radical questions to, he's very, he goes where he likes. If you claim that you are innocent, why don't you go everywhere and clear up? Why don't you go there? He goes where he chooses. He goes where he's got an influence in terms of maybe financing that particular station or financing those particular journalists. Because I cannot trust anything. It has been a struggle for us to can come here. Because why? He's got the money, he's got the capacity to can buy almost everyone. I don't know in this room how many people have been bought by Zondo. Like literal, I'm not making any joke. Because he's capable of doing that. This guy, all these things, they did not start today. They've started long way before. But he's untouchable. I mean, you know of President Jacob Zuma was there in that church. You know of Thabo Mbeki, he used to come to that church. You know of a lot of high-profile people, they used to come there. And what can you do to? When we went with my wife in that particular meeting, where I told my wife that I want to go and face this guy face to face, he's no longer to me. What kind of a man of God can do? We are the youth leaders. We go to different branches. We pray. We strengthen the strategies in terms of the ministry of the youth can be the same in all different branches. So he sends us there. When we go there, we leave him with our wives. What is he doing with our wives? Busy raping them. And people out there, they are busy defending things that they know nothing about. Do they go with Zondo when he goes to toilet, when he goes to sleep? Where do they go with him? The answer is no. So today South Africa is there, and then let me teach you their strategies. One day Zondo appears here in the social media with a private jet saying, because that time there's this thing that they call, this radio station that they call Radio Khosholetsane. They were hitting him so very, very hard that he couldn't handle it. So the strategy that he used was to take the private jet and post it on his social media platform, which is the Facebook, so that people can shift their minds away from this rape allegation. At least the little that he could take, it was that they say, I ate the man of the church, not rape. So people started to clap hands and be happy that he brought the private jet, and it's two parties now. It's those who are defending him, it's those who are saying, he says he feed the poor, but he's busy buying the private jets. So he confuses people. He comes up with... I was so very, very disappointed at Maponga when I saw them in the social media standing with Zondo in his place there in the farms. I was so very, very angry to say, how can they do this in terms of going to this guy, knowing exactly that when Piri asked Zondo to come to one of there in the TV, Zondo refused to go there, to their platform. Then this time around, he called them to their territory. And now they are taking pictures, shoulder to shoulder with him. What do they send to those people? Today, people like me, I'm saying, Maponga, Zondo, Mapiri, these people were saying WhatsApp group. Because who can we trust? Today they speak this, tomorrow they are acting like this. So, in 2012, the storm, the time when Rivers of Living Waters was banned and whatnot, he used people like Ndate Mali. You used to you commissioned him recently on this very commission. Andile Mali. Yes, he was the radio presenter at that time. He took us young people, young boys.
Yes.
I want to narrate to South Africa what happened in terms of him washing his name and his sins. At that time, when you say chill for Zondo, I would do that because I used to love him very, very much and respect him. Yes. Up until my wife told me that he wanted to rape me. He gave me a blowjob, and then all these young men, young females, Mamile, Mamsweu, and then to me, this interpreter of his, this one, they were confiding to us with calls. Came like the one that my wife mentioned, Ntombi. They came literally to our house to say he wanted to rape us. Then I started to shake to say, yeah. I knew of some of my cousins who just went and dropped off from attending Rivers of Living Waters, but I did not know the reason. What was the reason behind? But people were abused, and I was listening to this fake pastor who was talking here, Lydia Malete, when she says there are committees that deals with where young people, if they are raped, they can go to that door and report it. She is lying. There's no such committees in Rivers of Living Waters. There's no such committees. There is no committees. Zondo runs that church, it's his. It's not a church of the community of what. That is his church and his family. So in terms of VUT, we were told that we must pretend that we are pastors.
Yes.
And then
Of
we,
other churches.
of other different churches to say we were bought by Bomukotobo, Mabochobocho to can say to can put the name of Bishop in the mud. So today we are being attacked. Today we are experiencing accidents. We are experiencing difficulties in our marriage. Bishop Okuparutwarele, please forgive us. It was the young people. We were in the taxi at the VUT. Tate Mali was the orchestrator. They were cleaning his name. They were cleaning his name at that time. So I cannot hide it. I know that by doing what I'm doing, I'm putting my life in danger. When he saw that my wife told me these things, because he used to call my wife, when he doesn't find my wife, he would call me to say, hey, where is your wife? That's how he was testing as to whether she told me or did not tell me. So in this particular instance, my wife avoided the calls. This is when he gave my wife a blowjob. My wife started to distance herself from him. And then I started to wonder, what is happening? When he phones me, I would tell him, because that time also I was doing my honors at that time, and so the classes I was attending the afternoon class after work. So when I arrived at home, I asked, Bishop was trying to call you. Why didn't you answer the phone? And then I would do him a call back or send him a WhatsApp message. I've got the evidence here. And then to inform him that now I'm in the house. You can just come, you can just call, and then I will give the phone to my wife so that you can speak to her. Up until my wife told me straight, he wanted to rape me that one. I don't want anything to do with it, and I did my own investigation, and then these ladies confirmed it, they phoned, and it was like that. So, South Africa, please, commissioners, please help. There's a problem here. You can just imagine how many people died without them confiding to anyone in terms of this is what he did to me.
Yes. And he even tells you that no one will believe you.
Yes, because he's got a platform. The reason why I agreed to come to this commission, because I trust that this is educated people who've got capacity and they are protected by law. I cannot go to anywhere and try to, because I know that it's not going to work. But here, at least I feel safe, and then I know that you will pursue him up until the truth comes out. So, there are people, the lady that my wife has just mentioned, Shana, she used to attend that church.
To live at his house.
She used to live in Zondo's house. Why did why was she chased away from that house? And mind you, the wife knows about all these things.
Yes.
The wife, the Mazondo. She knows about all these things. Some of the ladies, when you ask them, told Mama, we told Mother Bishop. And then when you ask, what did she say? What were you doing next to Bishop? So tell me, what kind of a Mother Bishop is that one? So we are facing a which I plead as a young person of South Africa. Help. We need help. Please don't be tempted of that dirty man. Don't be tempted of that dirty man. Just stick to the principles of the land. Just stick to the principle of what God wants us to do, so that wrong people can be one side, and then imagine the young people that has got potential that he destroyed. I mean, if he says Popedi and other people and Solomon and they are buying all these people, what kind of money can buy these young, many talented, beautiful ladies? Don't they consider their images in your right mind? Somebody who's doing PhD like my wife can agree to be given money and lie that she was raped or she was given a blowjob. It doesn't make any sense. People from different cities, different provinces come with one story, and then we say that is a lie against one person. As I'm talking to you now, I'm putting my life at risk. If you ask me how, I will tell you. My brother is a CFO of Motors. As we speak, my brother, Kulu Johannes Bufuke. You know how did he hired my brother? Simple. When he saw that we were about to vacate the church, he wanted to shut my mouth because he know that I can speak and I'm not afraid of him. He's not God. He is God to those whom he has employed, to those who don't know the true God of heavens and earth. As we are not afraid of him, we know the Bible. The Bible has made to be simple so that anyone can understand it. That's why I can't tolerate the lawyers, the medical doctors who say I was seeking spiritual help. There is the Bible. Read it yourself. Because these people, they are men. Others there, they've got the spirit of lust and they stand before you. I consider myself better than Zondo. I've never raped anyone. I've never scammed anyone. So why must he lead me? I must lead him. I must lead him. So please, I'm pleading with you. Do your ability to can help the society out there, because some of us, as I'm alluding now, my brother is working there, and my brother is an introvert. Maybe some of the things that Zondo does to him, he doesn't tell me. And one of the messages that I told Zondo when I leave that cult of his, today he says he doesn't know what cult means, but he used to tell us, he used to teach us what is cult. Today, when he appears there in SABC, he says he doesn't know what is a cult. But he used to teach us what there is a cult. Cult, it does exist. Today he doesn't know what is a cult, but it's fine. What I'm saying is that, can you imagine that the rich relationship I have with my brother now because of one man who is selfish, who only thinks about him and his family, if he does think about his family? Why is the daughter smoking dacha? Why? Because they are stressed. Young people, they are busy defending Zondo outside there. Have they ever seen Nkosana taking his Facebook defending his father? Have they ever seen Nontlanta taking the Facebook defending his father? The answer is no. Why? They know that the father is doing those things.
And even Charlene.
There is this young lady, my beautiful commissioners, that you must try to find out here. The name of that lady is Charlene. The one which Zondo has adopted. One day Zondo stood on the pulpit and said, this lady was, she's in a relationship with Nigerians and she's got HIV and AIDS. You stand in front of 5,000 people and say that with your adopted daughter, if you love her.
And she's still a minor. She was still a minor at the time.
So there's a lot of job that needs to be done to stop this guy. And everyone is afraid of this guy. I was watching JJ Tabani in that program last time when he was with Minister Begitel, and then I was not happy about the way maybe the minister was, like, he was so shallow. Like, people are afraid of this guy. They know who he is. So please, I am pleading now, not even for the community or for the country. I'm pleading for me, myself, because one day when I tried to go to my brother to say, hey, he wanted to rape my wife, then my brother, he said,
what was she doing there?
What was she doing there? Number two, why don't she open the case? Then I want my brother to see this, and I'm going to phone him to tell him, hey, I was at the CRL commission. I was there. I'm serious about this, your boss. He's a rapist. So I'm doing this because I want my brother to see that we are not exaggerating anything. I've got nothing to gain want to jeopardize the name of Zondo. I've got nothing, because even when I was saving like a slave, I had to work there and smell like a dog. All the conferences from 2012 when we went in provinces, we were saving there under the grandstands, eating milk and brown bread while his children are sleeping in 5-star hotel and whatnot. Then that's when I started to see there's no God here. There's no God who can make you to suffer. Then I started to read the Bible. Please, commissioners, as I'm concluding, help. Just imagine when Zondo hears this, because he knows our voices. He knows that these ones are these two ones. You see? So you can just imagine the treatment that my brother is going to get. Because before he hired my brother, he wanted to hire my wife. And then we put down the terms and conditions in terms of, here are our benefits, here are our medical benefits, housing allowances and all. And we highlighted them. We said, can we be able to afford to pay us that? He said, I cannot afford it. Immediately on that Sunday, he made a preaching, a title with that refusal of my wife to can work for him. Baba banana Mudimuaka government, because we are working at the government. He would just mock you just like that to make you feel less of a human being, to feel guilty that you don't want to work for NGO that can be ended. That We cannot rely upon person like him who don't have a character, strength of character. That's why for me, I know there are small boys who are busy commenting there, the likes of Opri, the small boy. They are there commenting they for this. They can do whatever that they want to do. But the truth must be put on the table here in South Africa. I mean, we are with you as a commission, you've got a lot of job and problems concerning this outside pastors doing wrong things in South African soil. Here is the pastor in South Africa now. He's inflicting more fire. Now you have to do double job inside. fire that side. So I don't know what to choose. It's very, very difficult. So charity begins at home. Let's start with the big one. If they can see that you have dealt with the big one, the small ones they will follow. They will do this young, because if you can check the young South Africans today, all of them, they want to be pastors. They don't want to go to school. They don't want to work. They are prophets left and right and center. So if you don't do your job, you must know that the lives of the young South Africans, they are in your hands, and God will ask you for that in His judgment seat. I thank you.
Yeah, it's a big job, eh? It's a big job. Thank you so much for sharing with us your passionate plea about the need to deal with the carnage of financial extortion, spiritual extortion, sexual abuse, rapes, manipulation that comes in the name of religion, that is prevalent in some sectors of our religious institutions in our country. And so I think let's just get down for questions of clarity.
Yes.
And see whether we can be assisted in our quest to get to the bottom of this problem. Now, Salome.
Yes.
That you have the audio visuals, I mean the messages and things like
yes.
Were you able to capture the message or statement when he said, it is the spirit of rape that gets activated? Do you have it in your...
No, at that time, that's when we confronted him.
Okay.
Then they bugged our phones. And the recording, Mema Popedi, they were aware of that recording. Mm-hmm. The only people who listened to that recording, we can attest to that recording, it's Mamile and her husband, and Muruti Poswa, because he was there, and his wife.
Okay.
According to him, he said, the spirit that you have, it's the one that overpowered me. That overpowered me to make a job. And he also said that spirit it would get activated to any man that is near me. And follow-up question: I work with most of men at my workplace. At the time, I was an HOD at work. So I was, all my subordinates were all males, but they never, that's what I asked him to say, I'm working with men, why don't they treat me the way that you did? Then he couldn't answer me.
The issue of prayer, as a prayer warrior.
Yes.
First, it was to pray for activities.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I asked the Lydia, Pastor Lydia Molete, and I said to her, what do you know about a situation where if you disagree or people who leave the church, you have a situation where you take their photos.
Yes.
You then apply
Anoint.
and then you take a spear or whatever, and then you pray for these people to have to die, whatever, marriage to end, their prosperities, if monies to disappear, and all of that. Asked her where she said that statement. She said she didn't say it in church. Do you remember?
She's lying. She's lying because there is a room that they would go to, an upper room. In that room, you would find all the in fact, I'll talk about 2 rooms. There are 2 rooms. There's an upper room. There is what do they call this one? I forgot the name of this one. Now, the upper room, it has all the products of the church. That's where all prayer requests, they go to that room. Now, in that room, there are already seats that are already packed there. When you go there, if there's a prayer, a pressing item, he will just summon us. You come to that room. That guy, he knows spirituality. He knows spirituality. How do I say he knows spirituality? He would, on his own, he would speak things that he wants to see, and all bad things that he wants to see. Then he would come and call all people to be in agreement with him. But what he would do, he will never tell you exactly what he's praying for. He will say, pray for grace upon whosoever. When he says grace, I heard Pastor Malete saying, the bishop will say, no, when they come back, allow them to come, don't be angry. That is his strategy every time. People. What he would do in that room, he would call us. When he is pressed, he would put the name and go to a maybe page of that person, and then take the photo, and then he would move the photo amongst us. After moving the photo amongst us, he would say, just never pray in your own language. You must pray in tongues. You must pray for this person. And when you look, it's the very same person that is maybe against him, whether on social media or wherever. So after some few, they will hear bad reports about that particular person. It does happen, Prof. To such an extent that there is another room. That one, that you take off, both rooms, you take off shoes when you go into that room. You don't bring bags, you don't bring anything, you just come as you are. Particular room, you leave everything at the door. That is also, that room, it has a box of a, when you look at that box, it would look like it's no, it's not the box, not the under. It look like they put your serviettes, a serviettes box. In that box, there's a little coffin in that box. He writes your name there and puts it there. Hence, you can even go back to the preaching when Muruti Alina died on that week. He even said, I had another name for a person to die, not Alina. That's how he operates. I'm telling you the truth. That guy, he kills. We don't know what he does in the spirit. He does it so much. One time I dreamt, I was dreaming that I was in a balcony. Underneath me in the balcony, I heard him speaking curses, like it was in my dream. He was speaking curses, and I was enjoying the morning breeze at the time. Then I woke up. When I woke up, he sent me a message. I have it here. He said, pray grace for Popedi, Mali, Poswa, and the wife. At the time. Then I responded and said, but in the spirit, I never heard this. You were speaking curses. That's when he said, hey, I want to meet you. we started meeting with my husband. So, Bishop, Prof, it's true. He does that. He spells cases, the name. We have clips where he preaches. He preaches about people. I think it's us and the properties whereby our photos were put on the screens. And then he cast us live, because at that time I think whatever that he was doing aside working, so he wanted more people in agreement with him. So he does that.
So it is that he does cases that would lead to taking people's lives. It's true.
It's true, yes. Oh, you're asking, sorry, it's true.
You spoke about your first experience when you were recruited with the gifts that he identified in you, you joining the prayer when you still at school, and he all the time. What was these prophecies? Were these prophecies for him to be able to tell people as if these things came from him,
yes,
and yet it came from something?
Yes.
These prophecies.
As I've mentioned, Prof, there came a time whereby there were many of us, and most of them, because Pastor Lenta, they were working at the church, closer to him. They would see everything. They would know about gossips around the church. What happened? There came a time whereby he would call almost all of us now. When he calls you, he would write them down. Then he would read the prophecies. Hence, he was at times able to tell which person is talking about, because they were given to him. Now, there came a time whereby there were many of us. He even lost track of the trueness or truth on those particular prophecies. Some of them, they were lies. They were lies. Destroying the church as a whole, and most of them, they were on gossips, to such an extent that I also stopped giving him prophecies, because it was as if they were associated with us now. So many of them, at a later stage, they were lies. I don't want to lie. They were lies because they destroyed relationships. They destroyed families at that time. Because that's when they would say, this one is bewitching you, this one is bewitching you. If somebody has a problem with you, they would. And I saw that this was not correct. There was a time that he was angry at us. He had given us an instruction that we must not pray with others, other intercessors, normal intercessors at church. We must pray on a different venue. So I have a problem with time. I arrived late. So when I arrived late, already they had joined others. So he called us very angry, saying he told us not to join with others. I'm going to come back to something that I just remembered. Then that particular started in 2017 December. Then he said he doesn't want us anymore. We must leave. He started crying, himself down, and I love laughing. So at that time I couldn't hold myself. I was just laughing at, why are these people doing this? And I was like the innocent one, because I didn't go there. Then Muruti Lenta found me speaking to my husband, but I was gossiping, saying to my husband, hey. So afterwards, there was a prophecy saying, we must not tell our husbands that. Then I knew that, this is a joke. So that group, how it came about, he wanted to implicate Moruti Mali. December. Thank you that I remembered that. What happened? He called us. When he called us for 3 days. But on the first day, I couldn't come. I went on the second and the third day. The first day, that's when they told me that they were made to sign non-disclosure clause. He gave them non-disclosure clause. That's where they strategized that they are going to implicate Moruti Mali, that Moruti Mali was sexually abusing these young ones. Not young ones, they are old. Those prayer warriors. What happened? For you to join that prayer warriors group, the last one that I was at, he was saying, what relationship did you have with Moruti Mali? What did he do to you? Then they would speak. Sometimes he would jokingly speak to them that, hey, when they were pregnant, hey, when you must, like normally how in our culture. Then mention things like that. Then he would say, no, they are the he actually means you slept with Moruti Mali. What made him to be angry that much to Moruti Mali was Itumela Ngulela. Because Itumela Ngulela is his girlfriend, that girlfriend that he doesn't want to lose. At all cost. You go to Itumela Ngulela, you'll see Zondo coming. So Itumela Ngulela was now being close, very close to Moruti Mali. So to him, he even said it, not he thought, he even said that Itumela Ngulela is having a Moruti Mali. Because the kind of person that he doesn't want to share. That was his problem. That's what had to make these girls to say, Moruti Mali did this to me. Moruti Mali did this to me. Moruti Mali did this to me. At one time, Xoliswa Gobo, I was with Xoliswa and my husband. We were still talking. Then Moruti Mali came. And Moruti Mali came running. Xoliswa, slapped Xoliswa but on the back and said, hey, Wena, your father is going to leave you and he would want a lift from me. Go, your father is calling you. Then Xoliswa, during that moment, when they were being told what to say about Moruti Mali, Xoliswa said Moruti Mali hit her on the bum. So then my husband was called to say he must testify against Moruti Mali because he saw that Moruti Mali hit Xoliswa on the bum. Then my husband, when they called him, he told them that they didn't hit him on the bum, but that was the relationship that they had because it was more like a daughter and a child. So he was doing that because there were certain things that Moruti Mali knew about at the moment, because before Moruti Mali left, they were now closer with Moruti Mali. Then what made them their relationship to start shaking was the fact that Moruti Tumi was now being closer to Moruti Mali. So he's always scared of what Tumi might say nearer to people. So that's how Moruti Mali was implicated.
Okay. Now, the truthfulness and falseness of the prophecies. For example, when somebody comes and is said to be ill or suffering from HIV and AIDS, and the announcement is that this person was having HIV and AIDS, is now ill. How true that is?
With that one, there was a time where we used to work at the sick bay. At the sick bay, that's where we would write people who are coming that are ill.
Sick bay, what is the sick bay?
The sick bay, it's a section in the church where people who are ill, who can't, they are being placed on some mattresses there. They sit there. So
they are truly sick.
They are truly sick.
Okay.
So we would come and write them down what their problems are and when they started to get ill. So one thing that when they, like, honestly, they were truly sick. So the only cases that I know of is people who die at the church, and many people died in the church, and it would be covered up so that people wouldn't know. And the corpse would remain there, and then they would call authorities and whatever to come at a later stage when the church is out. But what I cannot say it was for some of them were bored. That one I don't have information on it. But what I know is that people would come on spheres of life being very sick. We would write them down, and then after writing them, some of them they wouldn't get healed. Some they would die after he had prayed for them. That was sometimes always the case. But I don't know if, like, I came to an experience whereby I was bored too. Yeah.
But what is clear is that the prophecies were never true.
They were never true. Let us just say 80% of the prophecies were not true.
Okay. And he was not the source of prophecy.
He doesn't see anything, that guy. Like spiritual, I don't want to lie. Like, he doesn't have a gift of prophecy. He doesn't have it at all.
So he actually outsourced prophecy.
Yes, he outsourced them.
So he gets the prayer warriors.
Yes, he gets prayer warriors to give him the prophecies.
Yes, and then he reads as if
they are his. Yes, they come from him.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, maybe I'll start where you evaluated. The number 8 is quite a very high number.
Yes.
Of lying, and telling lies, come up about.
Yes.
Say so.
Yes.
I'm just thinking of the 80%, 100% and 80%. How many would have been sitting like this that are destroyed by these lies?
Many.
Out there. And the damage that, I'm not sure whether I would say prayer warriors or whoever that has 80%
prophecies
and the wrong prophecies, as you say, and how it affecting our community as we see it, and no one is saying anything to them, or no one wants to know where they, So I may maybe be direct to you to say, if this was 80%, what was it saying? You're conscious.
What, like I had said before, he never had one source of prophecies. He had many sources of prophecies. And some of the his sources of prophecies, it was people at that church, people who would do anything to be closer to him, to be accepted by him. Even if it means lying about somebody else, even if it means teaching other people. So to him, that's what he loves. The reason why I say 80%, it's because he never got, if it was one source, then there was a period, even my husband can tell you, whereby he was constant with having two sources. And there were consistency in everything that he would do. Then there came a time whereby he invited all these young women nearer to him. That's when he got many prophecies, which were always and contradicting whatever that he was doing. I would make an example, 10 prophecies in a service. You would find that 10 prophecies, they would come from 10 people at the time. So the reason why I'm saying some people, they would get angry at the prophecies because you would find that they had confided. I had confided in you. Maybe I'm telling you my problems. Then when you are closer to the bishop, then the confession that I made to you, it's now a prophecy. It becomes a prophecy. It made people to be in conflict with one another. Hence, even at their workplace, they don't get along. Because even the gossips of the workplace, which are always there, would be turned into prophecies. And people would fight. Hence, I'm saying 80% of those prophecies were false because they came from different sources. You are saying about my conscience at the time. Hence, maybe you, but when there was a time where I felt that this is not on anymore, that I no longer provided him with prophecies because I saw that whatever that was there, it was no longer truthful at the time.
I've listened to you. I've listened to you in your earlier submission. You also talked about how you would write, I'm not saying you, but
yes.
Prayer warriors write and curse for accidents.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, yes, we are speaking about the country that is struggling to manage accidents in South Africa.
Yes.
High numbers of people are dying every day. And when it's December time, it's Easter time, I don't know how countless are the numbers. A lot of people, a lot of families are losing their loved ones. And to understand that some are people that are sitting and praying and doing this to happen. On the other side, there are those that we say, the Most High, please help us not we see any bloodshed or any accidents happen on the street. I'm just puzzled, you know.
Okay, can I just take you through the process? What he would do, like I said, he would say to us, you pray in spirit. Then he does the declarations. So when you pray, you pray in spirit, then he starts cursing. And what he would do, he loves where there is more crowd. Because when there is more crowd, it's as if he's being empowered. Because he would speak and he won't be direct to say, I want you to do an accident. I want you to do that. He would say, everybody at Kamraka, then people would say, Amen, Amen. With us as prayer warriors, he would say that. And then he would also say to us, you pray in spirit. And then he prays, he prays and do the declarations of all cases, death, and whatever.
Okay, maybe the other question that is, I'm going back to the 80% and trying to mix these two. Why was it's more women, as you're saying?
Yes.
Why women? Because anyone can pray.
He never wanted men into that group. That was one thing that we didn't know about. At one time, he asked my husband to be part of the group. My husband, and then after a day, he chased him out of the group. I'm dead. Out of the we don't know, but he chased him out. There was all. Yeah, he even told him that, hey, you must not come back. God didn't call you.
Say sorry to him. You're laughing.
He knows I love to laugh. Sorry.
Chairperson, just to add on that, the reason why I was chased away, I'm very stubborn. I don't like crooked things.
Yeah.
You see,
What did you do on the day when
on that,
questioning a
I
lot.
was questioning a lot of. So he said, I remember in that particular, they said, some of you don't have faith. Some of you don't have faith. I'm going to chase you away. And then he started with me. Because, as I'm saying, these are the souls of the people who are burdened problems and difficulties in their walk of life.
We are talking about lives of people.
Yes.
Very serious.
Yes. So the only guy who is still in that group of ladies, it was two people, Poswa and Abraham. Those two ones. And then Abraham never, he doesn't see any Bible scriptures, just an ordinary person. But he was never chased. Abraham is the son of Ndadempu, at the gay people. The one, like, when
let's go back.
Okay.
Let's come back.
Yes, because I am stubborn. I ask difficult questions. He is authoritative. He is autocratic. He don't want anyone to ask questions. So that's why. Yes.
That qualifies. Do you want to say women were not questioning things?
Women were. Yes. I think again I'm going to say this because maybe but take elite. It's not that he would take illiterate women that he knows that even though he has power to manipulate, who wouldn't ask him anything. He doesn't want anybody who asks him anything. So what he had, he would pick like multiple. Yes, because they are easily manipulated. He manipulates them easily. That I even say that's what he also.
We're highly educated.
Yes, but I'm talking about warriors. Our group. I'm talking warriors. Our hence they question it. If he says tomorrow you are going to rest, even tomorrow, today afternoon you are going to Rustenburg. They even have small kids. They would just say yes. That's where we would. I would like. Now I have kids. I'll have to go. And he didn't want them who would challenge him or ask him or question something. Then he has a problem with you. Then you out. He would take such women and such women who are like, as I mentioned, I don't want to. Yes, who are and certain background, because he would use your background. I remember of the victims, that girl, she used to date some back at school. Used that against her. Such an at one time at meeting, I think she was overwhelmed with him. Then she said, I feel like I'm a sinner. I don't even know how to go and offload. I don't know what to say to God because I'm a sinner. Then he said, you decide to remember your sins. And when you try to confront what he does to you, then he went back and said, don't forget when you once slept with your teacher. So that's what he used your background, your past, and use your vulnerability, and he wants to be surrounded with applaud, see him a great person. Yes.
How you had to resort in using we connected to spirits.
Not Baba connected to the dead spirits. Yes, he would activate. Maybe let's say he would activate your ancestors in you, or if you want to connect another person that he wants to talk to, he would say he's connecting that person through you. So with me, I'm a person who, from an early age, like I would see visions, I would have dreams. So what he would do, because I would see this person talking to me, but I don't know this person. So he would say, I want to talk to the person that talks to you. But what would happen is that I would sleep a vision, but at the end of it, I would get an elaboration on what about. So there comes this voice that would elaborate on what I dreamt of. So that has always, it's something that started from when I was at the age of 5.
Can I just ask, how do we redo the case issue?
What happened is, the thing with Zondo is that he was. Why am I saying that? He would lie to us. And maybe it who made that. He made us to see illness in every point and every sphere of life. I think I saw him write a name of a person and put it in a box that has a coffin, and that person later died. Then he said to me, when I curse somebody, curse a person, but I curse a person on something that is already in that particular person. Now, I won't do anything. What I pray for this person to activate that. So, how do you redo the...
Before you get there, what did he say what it is that is in this person must be?
For example, say you put on your past. If maybe you had a problem before, you were confiding as a couple, you had an affair. He says that nature or trait doesn't leave you even if you have repented. So what you do, what he does, he activates that spirit in you. Then you will be the, no, he speaks that spirit in you. Then come the, he makes you to have, to be attempted. He makes you to be attempted to do, remember that particular thing. Then you will be the one who makes it to come to pass by the way you do things. So when you leave the church, he will tell you, mang drunkards, because he knows that before he has prayed the spirit of drunkenness. What he said to me when it was at the church in Easter, he said that we left in 2019 Easter. He said some of them who you know them very well, they're supposed to get married because they are men. Because I was a lesbian before. Then he said, they are going, then who is going to appear? That's why they are going to divorce. At the time, we were bad. There was this, you know, when you are not fighting, but there is a drift. We didn't understand, and we had that clips. And we had to pray against that spirit. We can cut it, don't have anything on. You will never something that you have never experienced. He will speak accident to you because you have once an accident. He will speak death to you because he knows that there's a condition or you had a sickness that would have made you to die before. He activates spirits.
Maybe towards your end, you will say how, as someone with gifts, as if you still have your gifts, you haven't lost that.
I haven't.
In my understanding is that when God gives, it's for beauty. It's to heal.
Yes.
Whenever high, people come on to assist, you know, and say, how do we undo what you contributed as well?
What he said, hence you must always watch, that's what he would say, you must always watch your steps on what you do. And you must always keep track of what your enemy always do. Then I kept that in mind. He said after I had graduated in 2019 when we left, I had my master's. I had received it in cum laude at that time. But I was applying everywhere. I didn't get, I was not anyway. Then he cast me, one of his preachings, he said, those columns, they will be a mere decoration on the walls. There's nothing that is going to happen with that qualifications. So what I did, I was starting to be discouraged in a way. Then I started doing this because I remembered that he said, you must never activate, yes, when you activate. So what I did, I took my qualifications, I put them there, I stayed with my qualifications. Right after I spoke with my qualifications, I got shortlisted. I got 4 shortlisting. I got. I was given an award by a vice chancellor as a best master student. I was also selected as an excellent educator by that time. And then I got a promotion. What you need to do when he cases you, you must follow him and check what he is doing. What he is about you. You make sure that you pray against that, but you turn away from things, or you don't live in a way that would make you to go to the direction of what he said. Because that's what he said. He said, you activate, I speak, you activate.
So, meaning, Chair, you still have work to do to rectify what you also contributed at the time.
Yes.
To the entire community.
Yes.
I wish you well in that, because if you have such gift, God has given us differently to ensure that we bring healing in His children.
Yes.
I think we need to do as a commission. We need to have people like her and others, because we need more education which must go into the community about the gifts and about the abuse, because it's not so much about a gift. A gift by its own is for good purpose.
Yes.
But when it turns around, it becomes something against the life that people are giving. So we need to have some kind of seminar in which we, as a commission, I see the
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Chairperson. Attached to what you're saying, I wanted to check, how does the bishop identify people in church to be prayer warriors? Because for most of the people who came here who were prayer warriors are people who have different gifts.
Yes.
But how does he identify you?
Through Ntatemputi, through Moruti Poswa. What happened is that, or unless he also has another motive for you, if maybe he likes, he'll also choose you. We are told that remember in the church, you are not supposed to dream. You are not supposed to have visions. The only person who's supposed to have visions and dreams is the bishop. So you are told that if you have a dream or a vision or whatever, that maybe you feel that it's pressing you, you need to go to Moruti Poswa or to go to Ntate Mput. You tell Ntate Mput your dreams. Ntate Mput will dreams. Moruti Poswa will weigh your dreams if they deserve the yes. If they do, and then another one that they used to, it was a deliverance class. Deliverance class whereby there would be manifestation of demons or whatever. Then would allude, this person has a gift, what, then you are to say this one, we are going to check if the gift is going to be in correspondence with what we have. So that's how he would pick them. So with myself, we were closer to Moruti Poswa at the time. So we would speak to Moruti Poswa. This I almost every day. So that's when, because he saw of the way things were happening after, that's when he introduced us to the bishop. So that's how he, but another strategy is when he wanted you. When he wanted you, then he would also say you have a gift. Then he becomes closer to you.
Okay.
Just a couple of questions.
Yes.
Okay, you say you were there
2008.
2008.
Yes.
And the first time he attempted to physically do something with you was in 2018.
18, yes.
Okay. I just want to know, why do you think it took so long for him to actually
Do that.
do that?
One thing that I'm also surprised of, it's that one. I don't know why. But he knew of my past experience as well. And because of where I came from, my background, I saw him as a father, and I would give them that honor. I respected him that much. So he waited for me to get married, because due to the rape experience that I had, it was very, very, very difficult for me, even to like sexually I was just there, like I was not there. I had my own problems. So even in our first marriage life with my husband, we struggled. So he knew of how that thing, it damaged me, and how it took a lot for me to recover. So I think he waited for me to be comfortable also. I don't know. Then that's when he made an attempt. But I really don't know what took him so long. I really don't know.
Now, we heard testimony from somebody else, which mentioned also that until she got married.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden he
My apologies.
no.
He was just about to get married.
Yes. She was just about to get married. She'd also known him for a long time, and she was just about to get married. And then he attempted to have a relation with her. The woman that you knew that were involved, were you aware of people that you knew were involved in relations with her?
Yes, so Dr. Pule, oh yeah, I know them.
Married?
Some they were not. Some they were divorcees. Some they were married. Many were married.
No.
Even now, I don't know what's happening, but he goes to people that are married or the ones who has a certain past. But I know of.
I mean, you were there for a long period of time. I mean, that's a good period of time. And you were involved in the youth groups and everything
Yes.
like that. So you knew a lot of the people that were involved in the church.
Yes.
Of the people that started off in the church,
Yes.
and that finally left the church, would you say that those people left just because they wanted to go and find another spiritual home, or did they leave because of
they were hurt? You never leave that church because you want a new spiritual home. You leave that church because he has done something to you. And that's what he would do. And once he has done you wrong, he would also even tell your friends that they must leave as well. Must say you must also leave, like your friend, you must leave, because he knows that maybe your friend might say something to others. Many people that left, they didn't leave because they wanted a spiritual home, but they left because they were hurt. If it were women, definitely sure something like there was a certain way that he had them. If it's men as well, it's because he would undermine men. He undermines everybody. So, or they would go because of he would manipulate you as well financially. I saw on one video that he said that he doesn't force people to give. He does. He will force you. He will force you to give, because at one stage during 2018 we were forced to pledge 3,500 for the building. So at that time he also wanted people to us to go to the premier banquets. He literally went to the pulpit. They called our names. And he went and cursed us live that if you don't give that 3.5, your cars will always be in a workshop because you don't want to support the ministry of the church. He forced people to take that pledge forms that they give money. So people, they move of that church because they were sexually abused, they were financially exploited, or they were undermined in any way.
Can I ask you, when it comes to those pledge forms, did you have to put a name on it, or
yes,
you had to put a name on it?
Yes, and they would do follow up.
Okay, so there was definitely so when these pledges were asked for and stuff like that, you mean he literally cursed?
Yes.
Said that if you didn't,
yes, your car will be always in the workshop. It's going to break. Your what? Like, he will just speak bad things, and people would get scared because they know him. When he speaks, things happen. So they would pledge.
Okay.
So at one time, when he wanted us to pledge, my husband just stood up and said, "We don't have money. We won't pledge." He said he's not saving. He said, "I serve in this church." He just let him be.
Okay, you mentioned earlier that there were stages that the prayer warrior thing went through.
Yes.
And at one stage, it became all about money.
Yes.
Now, what sort of prayers or things like that were you doing when it came to money?
We were calling money. When they say you are calling money, it means he would give us a target that on this Sunday, this is how much I want to make. We would pray that people must come in the church and give. We must, that is the prayer item. We pray that people must give in the church. So if people don't give in the church, he would go back to prayer warriors and shout at them. They didn't pray enough. And if that happens, that's when he would say, I would call people who are going to give 10,000, then they come. 5,000, then they come. 1,000, 500, 300, 100 rand, 70 rand. Anything that you have. So basically, and he would say you must give until you are left with a taxi fare to go home. So when you were wise, you left your wallet at home. You didn't come with a wallet because you knew that your money would be gone. There were so many stages of offering. There were tithe, love offering, Manyeloi, angels. You were activating your angels with 100 rand, 70 rand, 1,000, blessing exchange, the bishop's gift, Thanksgiving. Like, there are so many envelopes when you go to church. But at the end of the day, he would reach his target. If he sees that he doesn't reach his target, then he would make a Black Friday in the church where he would sell. All the prices will go down. He would say it's a Black Friday so that people would buy the items. So yeah, he made money, that guy.
Thank you so much for that. I think we have had sufficient understanding about the context of the church and its activities, and of course the acts that are taking place there. Well, as I said, it is our role. We can't walk away from it.
Yes.
It is important that the church must be the church.
Yes.
Not any other. It's not business. It's not a place of exploitation of any. People must find church as a place of refuge, a place of hope, a place of spiritual nourishment, and they must discover God in the church, not God of human beings,
Yes.
but true God, true living God, the creator of heaven and earth. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you.
And have a good afternoon. We have lunch outside here. We will come back at 15:15.
Thank you.
Thank you
We
so
are running
much.
behind. Can we quickly just go there for 15 minutes? Come back at 8 quickly. Please, we are running behind. But this is the nature of the issues. The nature of the issues we have. I think I have a